Hello everyone, welcome back. This is your host Gabriel Marrero. Welcome to Collapse Talk. I'm glad you could join us or join me. We have a lot to discuss. It's been an eventful month given the new Trump Imperium, and oh boy, there's a lot to discuss. There's not just Trump that we have to digest. We have to also digest his lackey, his South African, pest, this fucking bore that's running our government with his stupid DOGE agency. Oh my god. What is there even to say? I have plenty of articles that we can discuss here, but this is just a mess. And as the title of this episode will allude to, very much this private equity, sort of shock therapy where we have a drastic change in management and it's just a mess. And on the one hand, I'm all about the downfall of the United States, but I also live in the United States, so it's a lot. But before we dive into the main show, I want to plug in my other platforms, primarily Twitter, X.com. Now that we're talking about Elon Musk, but X.com is where I mainly post. You can also check my other platforms. I also upload on YouTube other content that I need to be more consistent on. Just stuff that you can check me out on, and also the early support, the early access support on Patreon. As little as $1, you can have 48 hours of access, ad-free access. So that's something you can consider if you think my work is worthy. There are ads in this, program, public program, but that's just somewhere how you can support me. Given this isn't exactly the best quality that I would like, but it works for now. And if you like it, then you can support it and let this program grow. But before we discuss, the main events that have happened, and with this program, I divide by different segments. So we do domestic segment, domestic United States, international geopolitical news. That's the second part. And then the third segment, natural event, climate news, pandemic news. So that's just something there. And so before we dive into the main portions of this show, I did want to open up with some comments of a recent game that I've been playing. Of course, there was the release of Kingdom Come Deliverance. And it's sort of because of course there is a bit of a cult following with the game, a pretty big following, hardcore following. And it's one of those games that is sort of underground, but also now stepping into more mainstream light. I've been following the game since its Kickstarter days, so I'm a pretty original fan. I didn't support it because I was 16. When this game came out, the first announcement came out, I think, when I was about 16 years old. And then, the actual release came out later. It's been, who knows? It's been some time, just following the game. It's sort of concept where, you're just reading a forum online and you're like, oh wow, a historical RPG game, no magic. That's an interesting concept. And then you see the Kickstarter release, and then that does well. And then now it's starting to get produced, and then you get the first game, which was very buggy on its launch. I'll be honest, there was some interesting graphic issues, but it was just it's bugs are sort of endearing, there's certain bugs where they're just completely game breaking and just ruins the experience, but other bugs where it's just oh man, you can really tell that they're really trying here, but the scope is just too big that they can't get everything. So at least here with this second game that came out, was far more polished, and the scale is far grander, not just the maps, but also the story. This is of course the story of the game is set in 1403 medieval Bohemia, set within the Holy Roman Empire. So the Holy Roman Empire has always been sort of my blind spot in terms of medieval history. Just medieval history in general is I'm starting to get into it because you have this idea of knights in shining armor and feudalism and chivalry, but then you have to actually look into each country, each kingdom, all these different cultures and different political systems. Because like if you're studying, say, France versus England, it's so different, you know. And then the Holy Roman Empire is just a mess, like politically, and that's why there's always these civil wars that happen. And of course, in this specific one, the storyline is of King Wenceslaus, the King of Bohemia, getting abducted by his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. And they're both the sons of Charles, Emperor Charles IV, who was like considered like this great, you know, emperor. And then, of course, this is a prelude to the Hussite Wars, which is a huge religious war. Yeah, I mean, like there's just so much. And of course, this is mainly about the Czech Republic. Well, the Bohemian Kingdom is set in the Czech Republic, modern Czech Republic, and not that many people, of course, know about the Czech Republic. And then you see this game and you see all the characters and like the scale of the conflict, the politics at play. Yeah, it's a great game. I love it. It's a great game. I try to like just get through the main story arc as quick as possible. And man, I mean, it's like I said, the stakes in this game, the story, the drama of it, and then also you're interacting with real like historical figures. Of course, your character is fictional. Man, I mean, again, it's just one of those instances where I'm gushing over like a game or a movie, or you know, and I don't really have anybody to talk about it with. Like I have my friend, he's never played it, but like he likes, you know, role playing games and he likes history, so like I'm just trying to explain it to him like about it. And so of course he's interested in it, but then he said like, I think he played it once and he just said like it was just too difficult. Because again, it's a very difficult game. Like it's actual like sword fighting mechanics that you have to consider. You know, it's survival mechanics, so you have to eat and sleep, and you also have to like maintain your food. So like if your food goes bad and you eat it, you can die from food poisoning. You have to maintain your equipment, your armor. You know, which I get why some people don't like that. You know, but that's the whole point of this game. It's a simulator, a historical simulator. So when you're in this game, you're living in this time. It's as close as you're going to get to living in an actual medieval environment, and you have to navigate it as such. So like at the start, I mean, not to spoil too much, but at the start of this game, your character, he's like, the plot is that you're with your master, who's basically your best friend, Hans Capon, and you're delivering a message to this lord, but then your group gets ambushed and you lose everything. So your character is just basically stuck with this like dirty clothes covered in mud and shit and blood. Your health is weakened, your skills are weakened. Yeah, and then you don't have any like you literally start with like no like money, so you have to figure out how to survive and how to like make money and work. You don't even have a bed to sleep in. Like that's just like you have nothing, and then it's just like, here you go, like figure it out, survive. Like so it's great. I mean, at least I know the game mechanics already, so I managed pretty well. But yeah, I mean, for newcomers, it's just like you're just dropped in this world and you don't know what to do, and then your character starts to get hungry and you're just like, what do I do? And then you start stealing, and yeah, so I mean, it's just, again, that's the whole point of the role-playing experience. It's just you dropped in the world and you have to make tough decisions to survive. And then of course later in the game, as things get more political and you're actually like in this war now, there are very tough decisions that I had to make. Like there's a segment where you have to take a castle and there's an option to burn a village. And of course, like the characters, like I had the character sort of object to it, but then I sort of thought for a moment, I'm like, wouldn't it be interesting, like just story wise, if he went along, not like reluctantly, of course, not like being gung-ho, but just like went along with it. And that sort of like character like drama of this, because the character you're playing, that in the first game, his home village gets burned down, his parents die, and then that sets him on his journey, this adventure. So it's like, wouldn't that be interesting story-wise, like if he's now in the shoes of having to burn down a village, potentially ruin other people's lives. And of course, it is like the more tactically better option, because then, you know, the defenders of the castle come out and you can pick them off. So it's just like, damn, like the story, you know, like that's sort of like what I was trying to go through with my first playthrough, sort of like having this this sort of gray, like morally gray experience where like the character is obviously good-hearted and doing the right thing, but also having to make very tough decisions because it's a war. Like there's another segment, and this is funny because like they're trying to like stir up controversy. It's not really going anywhere, but they're trying to stir up some controversy because you have the option. Your character has the option to have a gay romance with Hans Capon. So those are your options to have possible gay relationships. Again, it's a role-playing game. So like you are the character, and if you want to role-play as a gay medieval knight, go ahead. Like gamers, they can't shut up. But yeah, they're trying to say that it was woke because of that. And apparently like the director was also Daniel Vavra. He was a gamer gator. Again, I'm not too aware of what he said in the past, but I do appreciate the games that he's made. This is it's a good game. Like I'm just speaking, because I'm a gamer, right? But I'm not like some annoying like idiot about it. So it's just nice to have like a true like RPG experience. A game that's like actually like a challenge to overcome. And of course, you have stuff in here where you can have a possible gay romance. Or like they're also like complaining about Musa being there in general. Like the first game that came out, they were complaining that there are no people of color, which was just sort of like, it was stupid that they said that. Even though they were literally like Cumans, right? So they're like sort of like Turkic, like Central Asian, people. So it's like that they're already sort of people of color. But again, this is like the medieval period. You can't apply the same sort of like race politics that we have today. Because, of course, today, obviously, Hungarians are white, but it's just like, yeah. But now in this game, they did add some diversity. There's like a Romani camp in one of the maps. So it was just interesting to experience that. And there are also, of course, this character, not Mansa Musa. The character's name is Musa of Mali. But it makes sense because he's like a traveling sort of like... adventurer, like scholar, linguistic, translator. He's also a physician, so he has skills. So it would make sense that the King of Hungary, because that's the camp that you're in Sigismund's camp, it makes sense that the King of Hungary on campaign would hire out the most skilled, physicians and, that he can get his hands on. So it's just like, and of course, Hungary is in close contact with the Ottoman Empire. So it would make sense that there would be black people in Constantinople or just in general and trading in the Mediterranean. Like, it's just like it made sense in that context. It wasn't just like, oh, here's a random black character in this Bohemian countryside. It's like, no, he's a physician, a skilled, individual, who's traveled. Yeah, it makes sense. That's all I'm saying. But again, people just want a reason to complain. But luckily, the game is written so well, and that the mechanics are so well done that little details like this, they're just irrelevant. I mean, it makes the game interesting for sure, but it's just people trying to. Again, people are just you have these like channels, these gamer channels that are all about, oh, we're anti-DEI, anti-woke, whatever. It's stupid. I'm trying to think what else. And there was another segment, actually. So there was another segment in the game where your character has to defend a Jewish community in Gutenberg from a pogrom. So like, and like, I'll be honest, like this game like gives you these like sort of set pieces where like you're like you feel like an actual hero. I'm like it's so interesting. Like I know it sounds silly saying it, but I'm like, damn, like I'm actually defending this Jewish community from a medieval pogrom, because it's just like, because when you read stories about that in real life, you're like, damn, I want to do something about it, and now you have a real chance to do it. So it's like, you have SJW saying that the game is, I don't know, like they're just trying to like, woke scold it, right? But then you also have like right-wing, Gamergators saying like, there were some comments saying, oh, it doesn't give you the option. So much for gamer freedom. Doesn't give you the option to participate in the pogrom. It's just so stupid. It's so dumb. I'm just like, it's whatever, man. Just enjoy the game. Just play it. God. Anyway, but I just wanted to open up with that because that's sort of the reason why I've been sort of recording late. I mean, I finished the full storyline, and it's interesting because like I'm looking at the statistics, and like only like 5 or 7% of players have finished the game. Let me actually read here. So yeah, like about 8% of gamers on Steam have finished the game, the main story. So I'm gonna do another playthrough. So this is sort of like my first like just blind playthrough where I like, because that's like what I like to do in role playing games. Like I said, the gray, I call it the gray man. So it's like the morally gray, playthrough, or like I'm not of course a villain, but if we're like in tough circumstances, I'm probably gonna have to do some violent things. So that's just the first playthrough that I do, and then the second playthrough I'm gonna be more of like a white knight. Yeah. So again, it's interesting. I wish I had a better system set up so I can record my playthroughs. I mean, I'm still like having to finish the first game hardcore playthrough that I did on my YouTube. Not that anybody really watches it, but it's just something to put on. And the game runs okay on my laptop, but again, I'm just curious if like I don't think it's going to do too well running the game and then also like rendering the recording. So I don't know. We'll have to see if I can get a new, better system up. I mean, it would be nice to get into like streaming, but yeah, right now I just have like a little laptop. So anyway, that's enough speaking on games. I just wanted to talk about that because it's just like, again, you play these games sometime. It's like when I played Red Dead Redemption for the first time, it was like truly like a life-changing experience, if that makes sense. And I know it's silly to say about a video game, but it's like, it's one of those experiences where you're in a new world and then you're presented with these circumstances where it's like, okay, like what decisions do I make here? And it kind of gives you, I guess, a little confidence to how to navigate the real world, I guess. Silly. Whatever. I just know, I mean, like, I died a lot in that game. So, like, yeah, in real life, I would probably die a lot. So, yeah. Okay. But now that, I got that off my chest to just open up and, sort of just warm things up. Because I have to, like, talk about now Trump and Elon Musk and this fucking DOGE, like, government oversight. And it's just, God, I hate this so much. I hate this dude. Like, he's such a villain. And not even a cool villain. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a freak. Like, he just came out, right, not him, but like, it just came out, about like a new baby mama that he has, Ashley Sinclair. And then you see some of these leaked texts that he has, and it's so fucking weird, man. This guy's a fucking freak. He's like, I want to knock you up again. I'm like, God, what a fucking, he's not even having sex with them. It's like, I guess IVF. So it's like, dude, like this guy just like wants to have like a whole farm of like, he wants a harem of women that he can farm and impregnate so he can have like an army of children because he wants to colonize Mars. And then because he's such a superhuman, 9,000 IQ, Redditor, like it's just like, oh, I am become meme. I am God. I'm the Reddit meme god. He's such a fucking loser. Oh my God. But he's the richest man in the world. That really just shows you, man. Again, like, if I start having these like arguments with people about capitalism, I'm just going to be like, look, how is it that capitalism is such a great system, but then you got a guy like Elon Musk who's literally the richest man in the world and he's a fucking moron. Like, just obviously. But I just wanted to talk here because he's like releasing, well, not him technically, but the government. So DOGE is the Department of Government Efficiency. Not even a real government department. It's just like a special advisory like committee, I guess. It's so fucking stupid. But again, this is just the end of America. Yeah. So this guy, DOGE, they're like releasing like these ultimatums. So like, first, of course, there was the buyout option, which they're saying like some employees, well, like I say some, but it's like it's like thousands of, apparently, like employees are taking up the buyout option. I was also reading about the park services, like they've been firing new hires or like probationary employees. It's just like, I almost consider going into like, parks and like park ranger stuff, but it's like, again, like you have to deal with stuff like this. If you're a government employee and then you got this fucking, stupid, government that's like wanting to cut costs at every turn, they're obviously going to undermine national park services. Of course, they're trying to freeze, like SNAP assistance, but, apparently that's being held up in the courts. Like all sorts of like, grants and funding. Yeah, again. But like it's supposedly for government efficiency, but really what it is to maximize subsidies for these contracts. And yeah, that's all it is. I mean, like they were just releasing about like budget cuts to NASA, which is like, oh wow, crazy. The guy who is in direct competition with NASA is cutting funding for NASA. Huh? Wow. Again, that's all it is. That's all it is. And again, there's this idea that capitalism creates competition, which you're clearly seeing here. It does not. Whenever you consolidate wealth, you're also trying to, leverage that politically to make your competitors, in a weaker position. Like that's just, so anyway, so here's BBC, just to read here some DOGE highlights. So there's a recent, like yesterday actually. So yesterday there was like this email sent out that like was demanding that employees have to list their accomplishments or resign. It's like, again, like it's just like this toxic like corporate attitude where it's like you need to report your accomplishments or get the fuck out. Like, again, that's like one reason why I kind of hate like working in like sales, because like it's all about like maximizing profits, and then they do all these workshops, and it's all about you're on the spotlight, and they want people to compete and to perform. And if you're falling short, well then we need to cut the fat. That's the whole idea here. So right. So I'm just reading from BBC and reading their article here. So U.S. government workers received an email on Saturday afternoon asking them to list their accomplishments from the past week or resign. The latest development in the Trump administration's efforts to scale back the federal workforce. The email came after Trump's billionaire confidant Elon Musk posted on X that employees would, quote, shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week, end quote. Quote, failure to respond will be taken as a resignation, end quote, he wrote. Again, it's just so stupid, and it's like an ultimatum. It's like they just want to fire as many people as possible. Just clean sweep, God, it's just so dumb. So dumb. It's alright. Yeah, so stupid. So Musk, as the head of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, has been leading an outside effort to aggressively curtail government spending through funding cuts and firings. The email arrived in inboxes shortly after Trump spoke at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC. The messages came with the subject line, quote, what did you do last week? From a sender listed as HR. The Office of Personnel Management, OPM, the federal government's human resources agency, confirmed the email was authentic in a statement to CBS, the BBC's U.S. news partner. Quote, as part of the Trump administration's commitment to an efficient and accountable workforce, OPM is asking employees to provide a brief summary of what they did last week by the end of Monday, CCing their manager, end quote. It said, quote, agencies will determine any next steps, end quote. And a copy of the email obtained by the BBC, employees were asked to explain their accomplishments from the past week in 5 bullet points without disclosing classified information before midnight on Monday. The message did not mention whether a failure to respond would be considered a resignation. The American Federation of Government Employees, the largest union representing federal employees, criticized the message as, quote, cruel and disrespectful, end quote, and vowed to challenge any, quote, unlawful terminations, end quote, of federal employees. Quote, once again, Elon Musk and the Trump administration has showed their utter disdain for federal employees and the critical services they provide to the American people, end quote, Everett Kelly, union president, said in a statement. On Sunday morning, Musk wrote on his social media platform X that, quote, a large number of responses have been received already, end quote, adding, these are the people who should be considered for promotion, end quote. God, what a fucking dumbass. And of course, I have to read it in his like stupid like, fucking. I almost said the R word, but like it's just he's so bad. He's just so dumb. It's like a large number of responses have been received already. These people should be considered for promotion. Like he's so fucking lame, and people genuinely follow this guy. Like he has a real cult. So lame. And of course there was like the controversy about Adrian Dittman, that apparently like that was his like alter ego, but then of course there's news that might be a real Adrian Dittman, which kind of makes it worse. Like there's like an actual guy who literally talks like him, okay, and holds every viewpoint. Like there was a Fortnite interview, and it was just like there was just so many instances where I'm like, this is Elon Musk, like it has to be him, but apparently there isn't. Like apparently it isn't. There is a guy just named Adrian Dittman, some German guy in Fiji, who talks exactly like him and holds every opinion that he has. It's just so fucking, my God. I hate everything. God, he's so fucking creepy. God. So let's just read further what Musk said. So a few hours later, Musk said on X that the move was important because, quote, a significant number of people who are supposed to be working for the government are doing so little work that they are not checking their email at all. Which is hilarious. This guy fucking like spends his time like giving his son a piggyback in the fucking Oval Office, and he wants to complain that there are people, that government employees are lazy. Like that's literally all you do. He just fucking snorts ketamine. He's high on ketamine all day, just like wearing glasses, calling himself a meme, but then he wants to say that the employees are lazy. Postal workers are lazy. They don't even look at their emails. It's just what a fucking loser. God damn it. Right, so Musk went on to say that DOGE believes, quote, non-existent people or the identities of dead people are being used to collect paychecks, end quote, claiming, quote, outright fraud without evidence. Musk has repeatedly made claims of fraud in defending his team's work across a range of government departments and functions, but on Saturday, there appeared to be some disagreement about the latest email among employee department heads. Newly confirmed FBI Director Kash Patel told his employees in an email that they should pause any responses to the OPM memo. Quote, FBI personnel may have received an email from OPM requesting information, end quote, Patel wrote in a message obtained by CBS News. Quote, the FBI, through the offices of the director, is in charge of all of our review processes and will conduct reviews in accordance with the FBI procedures, end quote. The State Department sent a similar message to its employees and said it will respond on behalf of the department. Quote, no employees obligated to report their activities outside of the department chain of command. An email from Tibor Nagy, I hope I said that right, acting Undersecretary for Management, that was obtained by U.S. media said. The union that represents many government employees, the American Federation of Government Employees, was critical of the email and threatened legal action if employees were unlawfully terminated. Quote, it is cruel and disrespectful to hundreds of thousands of veterans who are wearing their second uniform in the civil service to be forced to justify their job duties to this out-of-touch, privileged, unelected billionaire who has never performed one single hour of honest public service in his life, AFGE President Everett Kelly said. That is an amazing line to read. Unbelievable. But it's like if only there was just some more class consciousness involved with it, just like this unelected billionaire, out of touch, privileged, like loser, But again, it's just we're so close to greatness. But yeah. Earlier in the day, Trump touted cuts and told a crowd of supporters at CPAC that the work of federal employees has been inadequate because some of them work remotely, at least some of the time. Quote, we're removing all of the unnecessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce, end quote, the president told the crowd at the annual conference in suburban Washington on Saturday afternoon. Quote, we want to make government smaller, more efficient, he added. We want to keep the best people, and we're not going to keep the worst people, end quote. It's just crazy. just crazy. Like he pretty much said outright, he wants to remove, like he wants to abolish the Department of Education and leave education to the states. He also wants to abolish the IRS. So it's like, who's going to collect taxes? It's just going to be private tax collectors. It's going to be so bad. Oh my God. Like, again, the whole like feudalism vibes is just getting more and more apparent, because that's basically what feudalism is. It's just like a private collection of like rich noblemen who own land, right? And like literally like the oh my God, the White House X account, Twitter account, literally posted a picture of Trump and called him the king. Oh, long live the king. And it's just like, it's the most un-American thing you can do. The president of the United States declaring himself a king is literally the most un-American thing you can do. And here we are, we have billionaires, making Nazi salutes, jokingly making Nazi salutes. Oh no, he's a Roman salute. Oh, you can fucking like rewatch the video. Like he really goes like, like he goes like that. Like he's fucking, oh my God. And does it twice. And then of course, Steve Bannon also did a Nazi salute. And then there was also this priest who did it. He actually got fired from his church for doing that. It's just like, like we were debating for so long. Oh no, you just can't punch people because you call them a Nazi. But then now we're at a point where there's just now jokingly, huh? It's just a jokey joke. Oh, where my heart goes out to you. Oh, how nice. Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so bad. And again, like, it's just, people don't care. And I'm told constantly, stop reading about it, stop thinking about it, don't talk about it. That's not your problem. But of course, we got to vote for the Democrats every year. Oh no, it's not our problem until, we have to vote. And then of course I got yelled at the other day because I pretty much just came forward saying I didn't vote for Kamala Harris because of Gaza. And it's just like, oh, well, you put us in this position because all you leftists, you got hung up on one issue. Is a fucking genocide. It's just like, wow, crazy, man. That's just, again, it's the end. It's like, there's nothing we can do now. There's really, there's a lot we can do, but like, it was going to end this way regardless. Again, it's the same destination, just different speeds. That's the way I look at it. The Democrats, they're just as fascistic. They're not as like openly incompetent, of course, because they do want an efficient government. They want an efficient police state. So it's like, they're more, it's funny, they call it government efficiency, right? But you do need those bureaucracies. Like, you do need that sort of like in-depth, like bureaucratic system, interconnecting departments. Like, that's what you really need. That's a true government efficiency. What they're trying to do here is just cut costs, maximize subsidies, That's really what that's government efficiency for Elon Musk and all these other billionaire assholes. Anyway, they were just talking about like giving a $5,000 check. I'm just like, what? That's so dumb. Oh man. Anyway, I need to finish this article. So anyway, I was reading. Right. So Elon Musk's team has exacted wide-ranging changes to the U.S. federal infrastructure through DOGE, and with the approval from the United States. Thousands of government employees at the Internal Revenue Service, the Pentagon, and the Federal Aviation Administration, as well as other agencies, have been fired in recent weeks. The email mirrors Musk's handling of employees after he acquired the social media platform Twitter, now called X, in 2022. As the staff there shrunk under his ownership, he issued ultimatums that included a now famous request to commit to being extremely hardcore at work, or resign. Like, what is that even? Like, what do you mean? Like, Trump has repeatedly applauded Musk's government cutting measures. In a Truth Social post, Trump said that Musk is doing, quote, a great job, end quote, in reducing the size of the federal government, and that he would like to see him get more aggressive in the pursuit. It's just amazing how, like, you could basically just like run on this platform of, vote me as the head of the government so I can destroy the government. Like, that's just amazing. And again, Americans are just so like, I should say white Americans are just so fucking short-sighted. And so, again, I don't even want to say short-sighted. It's just like, they're so stupid. I'm sorry. There's just really no other way to say it. That like, because you have to understand, when they talk about Make America Great Again, they're talking about like the old school version where it's a white man's country, because that's the whole promise of this country, is so Europeans can come here and, basically get skin in the game, right? But of course, that's a fraud, because you have the bourgeoisie who own this country. That's what they sell to working class, historically European immigrants. Come to America, you can make a name for yourself, you can build land, you can build wealth for yourself. And that was somewhat a promise and, somewhat achievable. But I mean, the only way to really achieve that is to become part of the bourgeoisie yourself. So that's where you see like over the generations, this like wave of new money that like rises up. So you go back to the Gilded Age, right? There's the old money and the new money, the industrialists. And then now we're seeing that like sort of like, like the mid 20th century. Now you see the rise of like the suburban middle class, particularly a middle class that has like black people, like people of color. That's when you start seeing like, oh, affirmative action, right? And like, now it's DEI. The whole point of it is like this white anxiety that is, losing that economic stronghold, right? Clearly conditions are declining economically, but because they're not allowed to have any sort of class consciousness that transcends racial lines, it's like, oh, well, my living standards are getting worse and housing prices are getting worse. The price of eggs are getting worse because of illegal immigrants and trans people. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, you hear the dumbest conversations ever. It's just, again, and liberals are also at fault for this too, because like they don't allow for that class consciousness to transpire. So that's why you get stuff like, oh, Kamala Harris, right? Where, if you criticize Kamala Harris, it's like, oh, well, clearly because you don't like black women in charge. It's like, what? I didn't say that. It's because she started a genocide. That's why, this whole sort of like progressive enlightenment. But at the same time, those class interests, imperial interests, they're just as identical with Republicans, except, Republicans are more upfront about their racism. It's, yeah. So I did want to continue here. So that was the BBC article, just like government cutting DOGE. I did want to read here about this like comment that was made about like the $5,000 stimulus check. Cause like, I think Trump just like doesn't really understand anything. He just knows that like people like him because of that stimulus check that he cut out during the pandemic, which really wasn't even him. That was Congress. But again, that's again, like you would think that there would be more people around Trump this time that like actually know how the levers of government work. But I think he's just so hard-headed that like even if he did hire somebody who knew how to actually navigate the political system, there would just be a moment where Trump wants to do something and then he has to tell them, hey, like you can't do that. And then he just fires them and gets a yes man. And that's really what you're seeing just throughout all these government appointments. They're just yes men. That's really what he wants. He wants total loyalty to Trump, which of course, like that's not what this government is for. It's not loyalty to any person. It's a loyalty to the constitutional framework. But again, this is just the decline that we're in. Yeah. So I just wanted to read here the USA Today about this like proposed stimulus check that could go out, which I mean, it's not going to happen, but we'll see. So here, could $5,000 DOGE stimulus checks really happen? Here's what we know. The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, promises to cut government spending and waste. President Trump and Elon Musk have floated the idea to refund checks for taxpayers from the savings. So, yeah, I mean, hey, a free $5,000, sure, why not? But then again, like, that's going to mess up the economy. So, I mean, who knows what would happen. I could at least maybe fix up my car. So that's, what I would do with it, but who knows. So could President Trump issue DOGE stimulus checks? The idea of $5,000 refunds from the ongoing drive to reduce federal spending has been floated, but don't add that bonus to your account just yet. That's because DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, ideally must meet its $2 trillion in savings goal to make the kickback feasible. and that accomplishment is something even Elon Musk, the unofficial leader of DOGE, said may not be doable back in January. Still, President Trump on Wednesday said the administration is considering giving 20% of DOGE savings to citizens. His comment came a day after Musk said he would confer with Trump about the idea. Even if the idea of $5,000 checks evolves, Congress would need to approve a dispersal of funds to taxpayers. Here's what we know so far. So yeah, I mean, it's just, he just says things, and then like people have to come through and be like, well, it could be possible. Here's what would need to happen. But of course, like, in order for those chips to fall, it's like nearly impossible. So where did the idea for $5,000 DOGE stimulus checks come from? Anti-woke investor James Fishback, CEO and co-founder of Azoria Partners, suggested the idea on X on February 14th and lobbied Musk on the idea of $5,000 checks based on the $2 trillion in savings accrued from DOGE, leaving the rest to pay down the national debt. Quote, American taxpayers deserve a DOGE dividend. 20% of that money that DOGE saves should be sent back to hardworking Americans as a tax refund check. It was their money in the first place, Fishback posted. Quote, at Elon Musk, let's do this. This is how we rebuild trust in our government, he said. Oh, so now they like universal basic income. Is that it? So stupid. So in discussing the possible dividend on CNN on Saturday, Fishback said the potential for a check of up to $5,000 would, quote, incentivize Americans to report waste, fraud, and abuse in their own community. Why? Because the more that DOGE saves, the bigger their check will be, end quote. I mean, that's not how it's going to work. It's just going to be like Karen's complaining on Facebook about like, oh, my garbage truck came 20 minutes late today. What's going on? Like, it's going to be stupid. Like, it's just going to be so fucking stupid. Yeah. How would $5,000 stimulus checks happen? Who would get them? Back in 2020, Congress passed and President Trump signed a $2 trillion bipartisan stimulus package check to address the economic struggles caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, the one-time check. The package included $1,200 checks to qualifying individuals, $2,400 for most married couples filing jointly, with an extra $500 for each qualifying child under 17. So yeah, the one-time check of $1,200 that we got, that like Republican senators were saying like 6 months out, oh, they still got their stimulus checks. It's just like, bro, it was $1,200. It's so stupid. It should have been like a monthly check of $1,200 to keep everybody at home. That's what it should have been. But again, like there's like this like apocalyptic emergency of a pandemic, just like killing over 1 million Americans. Again, we keep forgetting that, and it's still just like, it was just crazy. Like, I got laid off, and then like everything is like, yeah, you still got to pay your rent on time, and I'm like, I can't work. Like, what the fuck? So stupid. And then of course Biden said it was going to be $2,000. He was going to send out a $2,000 check, but then apparently like, oh no, actually, because you already got you already got $600. I forgot where that $600 came from. But it's like, oh, you already got $600, so we're just going to give you $1,400 instead. It's just like, fuck off. Again, people forgot about that quickly too. Okay, let me continue. So those stimulus checks were sent to persons who had filed tax returns in the 2 previous years or received Social Security or veterans benefits. Also included funding for small business loans and grants and additional weekly unemployment insurance payments. So like, again, the PPP loans, the like, you can still look up, and like all the debts that were forgiven, and like, just, yeah, it's crazy. What has President Trump said about the DOGE dividend checks? Trump addressed the issue twice on Wednesday. We're considering giving 20% of the DOGE savings to American citizens and 20% to paying down the debt. Trump said while speaking at the Saudi-sponsored FII Priority Summit in Miami Beach on Wednesday. Then on Air Force One, when asked about the proposal, Trump said, quote, I love it. A 20% dividend, so to speak, for the money that we save by going after the waste and fraud and abuse and all of the things that are happening, end quote, Trump said, according to the Associated Press. Trump also said the dividend would be, quote, an incentive for the taxpayer to go out and report things to us where we can save money, end quote. Again, yeah, totally. We can trust Trump supporters with like vigilante justice of like civil workers, like, harassing postal workers. That's really what's going to be. It's just going to harass like low level employees. What has Elon Musk said about sending out 5,000 DOGE stimulus checks? After Fishback floated of the DOGE dividend idea on X, Musk responded to Fishback post saying, quote, we will check with the president, end quote. It's just so fucking stupid, man. And it's so crazy too that like Trump actually lets like Elon Musk like around him, because like he's so fucking weird. He's so weird. Like he's not even cool. Like he's such a fucking freak. Or maybe that's what Trump wants. He wants to have like this weirdo around, like a little court jester, so people can be like, okay, well, I mean, because I mean, yeah, if I was in a room with Trump or Elon Musk, I would want to talk with Trump. Like I would hang out with Trump more. I would just be like, you know what, man? At least you're funny, Like I don't want to be anywhere near Musk. So that's probably why he keeps him around. So stupid. So what has House Speaker Mike Johnson said about DOGE dividend checks? Speaker of the House Mike Johnson did not seem to be on board with the DOGE dividend proposal when he spoke Thursday at the 2025 Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC. He rolled his eyes and said, quote, politically, that would be great for us, because everybody gets a check, end quote. Johnson said, quote, but if you think about our core principles, rights, fiscal responsibility is what we do as conservatives. That's our brand. And we have a $36 trillion federal debt. We have a giant deficit that we're contending with. I think we need to pay down the credit card, right? End quote. So that's, because again, like MAGA, he's not beholden to any like core principles. It's just whatever makes him popular. That's what he's going to follow. But then, of course, you have this old GOP that's like, oh, we're all about our bootstraps, working the hard American way, It's so stupid. Oh, man. So, right. So what do economists say about the $5,000 stimulus check? So, yeah, there's all this talks about, like, what could possibly happen and whether or not they're truly considering it. And then here's the actual, economic, consequences that could occur here. So most who have spoken out so far don't think the DOGE dividend would be a good idea. Quote, it would increase the deficit, it would increase immediate consumer spending, and that would have inflationary consequences, which is something we don't want right now. Judge Glock, director of research at the Manhattan Institute, told Scripps News the money would be better off spent going to offset the $1 trillion annual budget deficit and to offset taxes, Glock said. Another problem with stimulus checks, inflation. If DOGE starts mailing out large checks to large numbers of people, wow, that's going to put a big boost to inflation because Trump's putting out tariffs, and tariffs mean more expensive goods and services, end quote. Jay Zagarsky, a professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business, told CBS News. But Kevin Hassett, Trump's director of the National Economic Council, said Thursday during a press briefing that the checks wouldn't be inflationary because the government had already planned to spend the money. Quote, if we don't spend government money and we give it back to the American people, if they spend it all, then you're even, he said, according to financial news site Investopedia. But, quote, but they're going to save a lot of it, in which case you're reducing inflation, end quote. I don't, what are you talking about? Like, oh, they're going to save it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, do you know anything about Americans? You give Americans $5,000. Oh my God. Like, they're just gonna fucking, like, it's like that Dave Chappelle skit with the reparations. It's just like, I'm rich. That's what's gonna happen. Like, again, that's the thing that kind of drives me crazy, where they talk about, you need Americans to be more financially literate and save their money. But this is a consumer culture. Everything is centered around consumption and like what clothes you're wearing and what car you're driving. That's all this culture is about. So if you give Americans $5,000, they're gonna, I mean, shit, I would buy some new clothes. Don't get me wrong. But it's just like, dude, like, that's literally what happened with the stimulus checks. again, it's like I anyway, because of course, I do, like, as I was talking about in that instance with the pandemic, like there should have been monthly stimulus checks, but that's because it was a genuine national crisis. So like that's where you gotta, that's where the government has to step in. I wouldn't even like say like personal checks. Like I would just say like it's one thing to like mail people a check every month versus those costs already being covered. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, where my apartment complex gets a grant every month to cover my expenses, so that way, I can still work. And again, that's what I'm trying to say. So you just like give Americans $5,000 versus the government covering those costs behind the scenes, so nothing gets out of pocket for the American public. That's really what I'm trying to say there. Anyway, it's just so funny. It's just like you have all these like official like economists saying, yeah, that's gonna fuck up inflation on top of the tariff wars that we're getting into, and then you have Trump's appointees saying like, actually they're gonna save. Let me continue. So last week, Musk said DOGE had already saved taxpayers $55 billion, but an error listing the cancellation of an $8 million contract as being an $8 billion savings suggested it had actually totaled savings of about $16.5 billion. DOGE won't achieve enough savings to issue checks big enough to create inflation. Elaine Camark, a senior fellow in governance studies at the Brookings Institution, told the Associated Press. She called the idea of a DOGE dividend, quote, ridiculous. Quote, there's no money there and certainly not enough to make a big contribution to taxpayers, said Camark, who worked with Vice President Al Gore to cut government waste in the Clinton administration. Quote, the guy just says things, end quote, she added, referring to Musk. Yeah, and that's somebody who actually worked in the government who created a budget surplus. So, yeah, that's somebody who actually knows what they're doing. Wow, man. Oh my goodness. Crazy. It's just stupid. But again, they say things, and of course their audience, their fan base, they're it's a cult. That's all it is. It's a cult. And of course they're talking about government efficiency, but he just wants to maximize subsidies. That's all he wants to do. He just wants, yeah, this is again, because like, of course, Musk is never going to be the president of the U.S., so this is as close as he can get to power. And it's just amazing to me that like Trump even lets Musk in on this. I mean, it's just crazy. I don't know, but again, Trump is starting to get at that stage of dementia. I mean, who knows what his like mental state is going to be unfolding, but like I was just reading here about like, how when Biden was clearly declining, they're trying to hide him and shuffle him away, give him as little like public speaking options as possible. But of course, Trump, he can't help himself. Like if you try to like just try to shuffle him off, he's gonna be like, no, like I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Like, yeah, so you can't really hide him. And of course, he's still making like these like sort of like earthquakes in terms of like government, the government workforce, and then also just like the Pentagon, right? They were like proposing like there was like one proposal like 8% cut, and then Trump even said he wanted to cut it. He wanted to make like a joint agreement with like Russia and China to cut funding by half. It's like what do you, okay, I mean, hey, whatever destroys the U.S. military, I'm on board. But again, like I said, I live in America, so yeah. Yeah, and then now there was like a recent firing of the Joint Chief of Staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So like basically like the head general of the U.S. military. So he just fired abruptly the last one and appointed a new Air Force general. Lieutenant General John D. Kane. So yeah, I'm going to read that a bit here from CNN. So here, the retired Air Force general announced as the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff by President Trump after the abrupt firing of his predecessor is a respected career F-16 pilot who is described by current and former officials who served with him as a professional with a, quote, strong moral center. Again, I guess they're trying to say that because they want to like make sure people are like calm about these appointments. But like anybody who's being appointed by Trump is a yes man. It's all about loyalty to Trump. So any sort of like talk about he has a strong moral center, again, that's bullshit. So John Dan Raisin Cain, who was first noticed by Trump in 2018 for his involvement in the fight against ISIS, has spent much of his career working in special operations and with the intelligence community, and is mild-mannered, humble, and apolitical, the officials said. Again, apolitical, right? Oh, so apolitical working for Trump. He has long flown under the radar, pun intended, given the highly classified nature of his work, and he preferred it stay that way, the officials said. Quote, there is a little bit of a narrative out there that he was picked because he's a partisan guy, end quote. A military official who served with Cain and has known him for over a decade told CNN, quote, in my personal opinion and professional experience, I've never seen any indication that, and knowing him, he's never been partial to any political party or mentioned anything about politics in our time together, end quote. Anyway, again, it's just so interesting. Like, he's a military guy and he has no political perspective. Again, I don't have any trust in that. But anyway, Cain, who retired in December as a 3-star lieutenant general, was thrust into the center of a political firestorm when Trump abruptly announced Friday that he would replace General Charles Q. Brown, who had served as Joint Chiefs Chairman since October 2023. It's rare for a retired general to be recalled to active service, but it has happened before. Army General Peter Shoemaker, for example, was recalled to become Army Chief of Staff in 2003. It's also highly unusual for a 3-star general to receive their 4th star upon being elevated to chair, the country's most senior military officer. Past chairmen have received their 4th star by first leading a combatant command or serving as a service chief before becoming the U.S. top general and principal military advisor to the president. But Cain has been in unexpected positions before. On the morning of 9/11, he was serving at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington, D.C. Though he wasn't initially scheduled to fly that day, he ultimately became the mission commander over the Capitol, armed with air-to-air missiles on alert for threats to the nation. He recalled in an interview, quote, the Afterburn podcast several weeks ago. Quote, it's about being willing to protect and defend this nation and to work alongside incredible professionals who are equally willing to go to the mat in defense of our nation, end quote. Cain said. Trump has raved about Cain for years after the two met in Iraq during the president's first term. At the time, Cain was serving as the deputy commander of U.S. Central Command's Special Operations Component and deputy commander of Special Operations Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq. In remarks at the CPAC conference in 2019, the president described Cain as being out of central casting and recalled that Cain told him when they met in Iraq that the U.S. could have the campaign against ISIS totally finished in 1 week. Quote, I said, why didn't my other generals tell me that? Why didn't they tell me that? Trump said in 2019. In a post on Truth Social on Friday night, Trump called Cain, quote, a warfighter, end quote, and who was, quote, instrumental in the complete annihilation of the ISIS caliphate, end quote. Trump has also claimed Cain said that he loved Trump and would kill for you while donning the Make America Great Again hat. But the military official who served with Cain said Saturday that Cain, quote, doesn't have a MAGA hat. He's never put one on, end quote. The official added that Cain, prior to accepting the chairmanship, wanted to make sure Brown was, quote, respectfully and personally taken care of, end quote. Everything I've known of General Cain over the last decade has been marked by character, integrity, and humility, end quote, the military official said. Quote, I've never seen him not do the right thing, always making judgment calls about the mission, never been a guy who cowers from difficult conversations or hard calls on the battlefield, end quote. So, right. So that's just, at least, I'm not going to read his whole, biography here, but just, just to read up on him. And of course, they're trying to, sort of soften this, saying oh no, he's apolitical, he does the right thing, he has a strong moral center, and who knows, maybe those things are correct. I mean, who knows, maybe those things are correct about him. But again, like if Trump is picking you to be his top general, basically his right hand in terms of military affairs, I don't know. Because there's going to come a point where he might do something domestically where the military is going to have to make a call. And then, of course, he is the top general of the Joint Chiefs, right? As I understand it, because there's the chiefs. So there's the chief of staff for each branch of the service, and then he is the joint chief, right, of all those different branches. So it's like, what's going to happen, when you have Trump, making, calling himself the king, right? What's going to happen when he pulls something domestically, and then the military has to make a decision to stay loyal to the Constitution, because ultimately that's what they're beholden to uphold the Constitution, or the president of the United States openly declaring himself king. So what happens there? What happens when we cross that Rubicon? And what are the different branches going to say? Like, is the Air Force going to take the side of Trump? Maybe the Navy as well. But then what's going to happen with the Army, right? Like hello? Like, it's just, yeah. Again, I'm just presenting a wild scenario that most likely will never happen, but we got to be ready. That's all I'm saying. My goodness. So that's just reading there and all the different shakeups in the military that are happening. But then here, I also wanted to read about Ukraine, because Trump has been stirring up controversy there, making comments about Zelensky and the Ukraine conflict and possible proposals with Putin. Because like Trump is saying that like, oh, we spent so much in aid and we want a return on that, because of course they're treating everything like a business now. And then of course there was talk about Trump wanting like 50% of the mining rights. It was just like, what is happening? And it's like, hey, like we the left, right, said that this exact thing was going to happen, where the defense of Ukraine had nothing to do with like, oh, liberty and protecting national sovereignty. It's just imperialism and, extracting the resource wealth of this region, stepping on Russia's toes, right? Because it's like a turf war, basically. Yeah, man, like that's ultimately what's happening here. And we're just getting the more upfront, iteration of it. So I just want to read from MSNBC about Trump's, comments and what possible, consequences will come about of this, shakeup, essentially. It would be so crazy if Trump actually just pulled the plug on like military aid to Ukraine. Like crazy. But again, because these are white people, right? And, it's Europe. This is what's going to make him bad. You're going to see, because this is MSNBC writing this. And of course, they're liberal media. And of course, they want to protect Ukraine. Again, you're not going to read this level of writing about like Gaza, right? Or, I mean, of course, Trump has said he wants to ethnically cleanse it and like turn it into a beach resort. And of course, they're going to write about that. But they're not going to write about how Biden and Kamala Harris basically were doing the same thing, except they're just trying to be more mindful and like, oh no, we recognize the plight of Palestinians and we recognize the suffering. And again, it's just, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let me just read this article. So, and this is an op-ed piece. So right here, the title, I'm a former U.S. intelligence officer. Trump's Ukraine betrayal will have terrible consequences. So this is an op-ed piece by Mark Polymeropoulos. I don't know, super Greek name, but yeah. This is a former CIA intelligence officer. So let me read the name again. Mark Polymeropoulos. Polymeropoulos. I hope I said that right. So here, the United States, reading the article. So here, the United States is doing it again, walking away from allies. It is almost as if each U.S. presidency needs to practice betrayal as a form of statecraft. The examples of men and women who counted on our support are many. George H.W. Bush with the Kurds, Barack Obama with the Syrians, Donald Trump and Joe Biden with the Afghans, and now Trump with the Ukrainians. America, the dependable ally, we are not. Again, this guy actually believes, right, in the American, project. So it's like, Of course, as leftists, this is already known to us. Like, yeah, yeah, obviously. But this is a guy who actually believes in it. He's a believer. So, yeah. I mean, why else would you join the CIA? Okay, so I served as a U.S. intelligence officer in the field, often in dangerous conflict zones from Iraq to Syria to Afghanistan. I retired before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but as the Trump administration abandons this former American ally, PTSD is setting in for many of my ilk, the actual operational practitioners of U.S. foreign policy. We were, quote, on the ground, far from Congress and the Situation Room, far from think tanks and academic institutions. We were the first ones in, parachuted into conflicts with the implication that the proverbial cavalry would be on the way shortly. Again, it's just amazing. Just like, I was there in Kiev, 2014. I was there stoking the Euromaidan revolution. It's just like all these like different color revolts, right? Like, I was there. That was me. Pay respects. This is stolen valor. Oh my God. So crazy, man. So crazy. That's all right. Continuing. My U.S. government colleagues and I were upfront and personal with our allies, whoever they were. At times, we were even in harm's way, just like our allies. We lived side by side with them, broke bread with them, rejoiced with their successes, and mourned their deaths. We made grand promises, offered platitudes, and provided assistance, at least initially. Yet so often, there is no fairy tale ending, as time and time again, politicians decided that the going had gotten too tough or that political expediency outweighed morality. Again, like, he's just trying to act like this is like a new thing. This has always been the case. Always. Like, this guy really thought that he was like some superhero, like parachuting into these conflict zones, trying to liberate the world. And then it's just like, oh, we're the baddies. Oh, crazy. So yeah, I once told a 4-star U.S. Army general that I was lucky to work with the finest fighting force in eastern Afghanistan, who looked around puzzled, seeing no U.S. troops at the small frontline paramilitary base we were standing. But I was singing the praises of the group of Afghan indigenous fighters whom we were on the way to inspect. The general was not amused, yet no truer comment could ever have been said about the bravery of the Afghans. But years after the hasty U.S. withdrawal from their country, many of those who helped fight the Taliban are still on the run. Tens of thousands of interpreters, engineers, and other non-combatant allies have been left behind to face starvation, poverty, and retribution. Many of us, however, thought Ukraine would really be different because they're white and Europeans. This was a classic story of right versus wrong, of David versus Goliath, and the U.S. did come to Ukraine's aid once Russian forces were on the move. Since then, Ukraine has exacted hundreds of thousands of casualties on the Russian invaders. Behind the scenes, the U.S. has reportedly provided critical military and intelligence assistance without a drop of U.S. bloodshed. Again, because all the Ukrainians are dying because they're doing the dirty work for us to, undermine Russian imperialist projection. But the opposite's going to happen because of this conflict, because now Russia actually has conventional combat experience against NATO equipment and NATO tactics. Yeah, it was just like, what did you think was going to happen? Oh my God, so stupid. So did the U.S. do enough? No. Biden's fear of possible escalation with Russia squandered too many opportunities, to the immense frustration of Ukraine, its soldiers, and its supporters. But $60 billion in aid is no small potatoes. The Ukrainians fight valiantly and bravely, proving time and again that they would never be defeated. With the backing of the world's greatest superpower, anything was possible. Yet now, the Trump administration appears eager to walk away from Ukraine. Details of exactly how remain murky. The president and those around him are not talking with one voice. Trump says one thing one day, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth another, Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy Keith Kellogg something else the next. Yet one thing appears abundantly clear: the U.S. is not an ally of Ukraine any longer. At best, America is now a neutral party, and at worst, complicit in its demise. This clear policy shift is nevertheless subtle enough that many Americans may not understand it. But for Ukrainians and President Volodymyr Zelensky in particular, there is no doubt about the United States' intentions. At the Munich Security Conference last week, Zelensky repeatedly pleaded that Ukraine needs the U.S. to support it against Russia, not to mediate between the two. Not only was Trump unpersuaded, he blamed Ukraine for starting the war, an allegation that is, of course, patently false. Trust is so hard to gain and yet so easily lost. And though some of the Trump team's errors, such as Hegseth's statement that Ukraine would never join NATO, were walked back, the damage is already done. Each concession to Russia gives Russian President Vladimir Putin a victory even before negotiations begin. One former U.S. senior intelligence officer told me that Ukraine, even in the best case scenario, will look now at the U.S. from the vantage of a spouse scorned by infidelity. What? I have spoken with numerous retired U.S. national security practitioners who had worked globally countering Russian aggression, including those who spent the last decade in and out of Ukraine, asking them what the recent U.S. policy change personally meant to them. Often there is a long silence, and then a sigh. A former intelligence officer said his thoughts immediately went to the scores of Ukrainians with whom he worked, their incredible sense of resolve and will to fight. Some have recently visited Ukraine to make contact with old friends. It was difficult for them to look old Ukrainian partners in the eye as the U.S. shifts from ally to neutral player, or maybe worse. It's funny. They're talking about like, yes, these like right-wing Ukrainian nationalists that we knew from the Soviet period, these Banderites are old friends, Nazi sympathizers and Azov battalion fighters. Yeah, our old friends. We betrayed them. Oh my goodness. My former colleagues' thoughts shifted to the future as well. Many stated that this betrayal was the big one, epic in its scope with far-reaching consequences for the next fight, likely with China. The fallout will be even worse than the Afghans left to fend for themselves. It will now be impossible for anyone to trust the U.S. as an ally. Our adversaries even now must be celebrating. There are surely open vodka bottles in the Kremlin. God, who writes this stuff? Is this what Trump wants as his legacy? Does America first really mean America the betrayer? Or will this White House come to its senses, stop pushing for an unjust peace deal, and actually allow Ukrainians agency in their future? Yeah, was it Ukrainians practicing their agency when Victoria Nuland visited in the middle of a revolt and like sent funding and covert aid to the Euromaidan resistance, the Euromaidan revolt, and then also allowing for Russian ethnic nationals to be massacred in Odessa, right? Yeah, for like soldiers to start harassing Russian nationals, ethnic nationals in the Donbass area, which is what started the Civil War and the Russian annexation of Crimea. Again, like I don't think Russia doing what it's doing is good, but like obviously if the U.S. is going to meddle in this country that has very close historic ties, territorial ties to Russia, where Russia has said repeatedly, we're not allowing NATO membership for Ukraine, like, it just makes sense. And again, when I make comments online, I get told all the time, here's another leftist defending a reactionary dictatorship. And I'm just like, no, like, I'm not defending it. I'm just explaining, if you do this, Russia's going to do that. So if you meddle in Ukraine, Russia is going to invade Ukraine and take everything, because that's what's just going to happen. Like, oh my God. I hate post-Soviet Russia. Why did you ask for it then? Like, it's just so crazy. Anyway, so that was just like a little thing there about certain like foreign policy issues. And I'll speak more in depth about bigger like geopolitical news. But yeah, I just wanted to continue at least further with this like government efficiency, like budget cuts that are happening, just stupid bullshit. But like there's like real consequences here, like they're trying to cut funding and trying to like, maximize productivity and efficiency, whatever corporate terms I want to say. But there's like real like research issues that are at play here. Like, cancer research, like actual cancer research. It's fucking ridiculous. So here, just reading from NPR. Here they're talking about the National Institutes of Health, NIH, funding freeze stalls applications on $1.5 billion in medical research funds. So there's real research issues that are going to happen here because again, we can't. It's not profitable to research into cancer and Alzheimer's, right? Surprisingly not really productive. Maybe that's why you shouldn't run government like a business. Fucking idiots. Anyway, so the National Institutes of Health has stopped considering new grant applications, delaying decisions about how to spend millions of dollars on research into diseases ranging from heart disease and cancer to Alzheimer's and allergies. The freeze occurred because the Trump administration has blocked the NIH from posting any new notices on the Federal Register, which is required before many federal meetings can be held. While that may seem arcane, the stoppage forced the agency to cancel meetings to review thousands of grant applications, according to two people familiar with the situation, one of whom was not authorized to speak publicly and the other who feared retribution. Already, the meeting freeze has stalled about 16,000 grant applications vying for around $1.5 billion in NIH funding. One of the people who is familiar with the grant making process said. Officials at the NIH hope to get the freeze on Federal Register notices lifted soon to avoid a severe funding disruption with an annual budget of nearly $48 billion. The NIH is the largest public funder of biomedical research in the world. All requests for NIH grants go through an intensive review process. Each year, there are about 2,600 meetings involving some 28,000 scientists, doctors, and administrators, and other expert reviewers. Their decisions keep the NIH funding flowing to more than 300,000 researchers at more than 2,500 universities, medical schools, and other institutions. But because of the freeze, quote, applications will come in and basically go into a black hole and nothing can be done with them, end quote, said the person familiar with the NIH grant-making process. Quote, that is where we are now. Some members of those committees, including key gatherings known as study sections, expressed frustration. Quote, today, I was meant to be serving on one of the many canceled National Institutes of Health study sections, end quote. Annika Barber, assistant professor of molecular biology and biochemistry at Rutgers University, said during a briefing Thursday protesting the disruption of biomedical research funding. Quote, and instead of providing feedback on critical biomedical research for federal funding, I'm here to explain what America is losing when we lose basic science research. Some outside observers defended the situation. Quote, a temporary pause in publicizing or funding new grants in order to review them is typical for a new administration, Judge Glock, director of research and senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, a conservative think tank, wrote in an email to NPR. So, we already read something from him earlier. Soon after Trump was inaugurated, the federal government froze all grants, including NIH grants, but that freeze was temporarily blocked by a federal judge. Some researchers suspect the NIH's Federal Register freeze is an attempt to circumvent that ruling. Other observers dispute that interpretation. Quote, I do not think this pause is an end run around the court order blocking the earlier, more general funding freeze, because that freeze dealt with many different programs, including some that the executive did not have the power to delay, end quote, Glock said. Continuing, quote, if the Trump administration continues such a pause on Federal Register notices indefinitely, then there would be a good argument that there was an impoundment that could also be stopped by a court. But a temporary pause on Federal Register notices seems like a more typical chance for review, end quote. Even some of the NIH's biggest supporters believe the agency could benefit from changes such as making grant-making processes more transparent. But some observers say the Trump administration's approach so far has been indiscriminate and counterproductive. Quote, I think they are systemically dismantling the whole process with which we have been funding scientific research for 80 years, and it's very, very sad, end quote, said one of the people familiar with the NIH funding process who spoke to NPR. Quote, there's no question the system is not perfect and can be improved upon, but the system can work well enough that we shouldn't address the problem by blowing everything up, which is what they're doing, end quote. Neither NIH nor the Department of Health and Human Services, of which it is a part, immediately responded to NPR's request for comment. It was unclear if the freeze on Federal Register notices was being imposed on other agencies, but the move has intensified fears of funding and program cuts at NIH and among thousands of scientists who depend on the agency for funding. The NIH has been hit with cuts to its workforce, losing about 1,200 people so far. At the same time, the Trump administration is trying to cap the rate at which the NIH pays for the indirect costs of doing medical research at 15%, which is far lower than the rate that has been paid at many institutions. Scientists say it could cripple medical research. A federal judge in Boston is deciding whether the cap can go forward. Many scientists fear the moves are just the beginning of what could eventually lead to restructuring of the NIH. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who now leads the HHS, which oversees the NIH, has said it needs major reforms. In addition, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford University researcher President Trump has nominated to be director of NIH, has also criticized the agency. Some Republican members of Congress and conservative think tanks have proposed major changes to the NIH, including sending most of the agency's $48 billion directly to states through block grants. Again, it's just all like a money laundering scheme, really. It's ridiculous. And yeah, it would make sense. I mean, like, it's like one of those things where it sounds stupid. Like, why would Republicans like sabotage funding for cancer? But like that's what they again, that's all it's about. Like, yeah, man, it's ridiculous. It's just, yeah, Musk and Trump, they just, again, it's shock therapy. That's all it is. It's like this like private equity shock therapy of like just coming in and trimming the fat, and this like new CEO who has no idea what they're doing, just buying up this new company and whatever like maximizes like shareholder profits. That's all they care about. And if they have to cut certain staff, members, cut down staff sizes, cut down, as you're seeing here, like funding and grants and such, which they can't totally do. So that's why they did the National Register freeze and such. Like, they're just trying to circumnavigate it. Ridiculous, man. So ridiculous. I mean, again, it's easy for me now to understand that it's over. America's done. Because certain people are just still believe in it. Like, as you just read that like CIA guy, he's a believer. He actually believes that the U.S. is doing good on the world stage. And then Trump is coming along. Oh, Trump is coming along, and now we're betraying our allies. This has always been the case. Always. This was always going to happen for Ukraine. Always. Same thing with, our current government agencies. When you have like federal employees like losing their jobs, like that was just that was always going to end up happening. Like, sorry, it's crazy. And like, you read certain like there's like this one like post that I read because this IRS employee who voted for Trump and lost their job was just talking about how like I thought he was going to restructure things, and now I'm unemployed. And it's just like, yeah, it's so crazy, man. Again, people vote for Trump thinking, oh no, I'm going to benefit. Like, they don't think that they're the ones that are going to get the chopping board. And then now they're shocked. And a lot of them are still not going to really internalize the real reasons behind it. It's just going to be wokeness and DEI. That's what they're going to blame. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, I'm going to read now just further about, because I was reading about, medical research, which is important, but it's more like behind the scenes sort of importance versus here what I'm going to read about, because it's not just, medical research and like scientific research that gets affected by this, but also like, say, like agricultural research or just farming in general. A lot of these farmers benefit from subsidies and grants, so it's like, yeah, like they're going to be directly affected by this, and these are Republican voters. So we'll see here in just a moment the effects on farming that are going to happen, especially now as we're getting into spring. Like, wow, oh man. Because once farming goes down, I mean, farming is already sort of like in a crisis in this country. But of course, we have such food abundance that people don't think about it. But now we're starting to see, the food prices rising, eggs, right? Like the other day, like I saw, like I bought eggs in January like January 18th, because I posted on social media. So I put the egg prices out, and it was $3.89. And then I came back February, so around like literally like on like Valentine's Day, so like February 14th, I was shopping, and then like it was already $5.89. So like less than a month, went from like $3.89 to $5.89, and those are like the cheap store brand eggs. So it's like, damn, like, yeah. But again, people don't think about that. They're not gonna think about it, and it's just gonna be like, oh, it's wokeness and DEI, and yeah, stupid. So reading here from NBC News, they're writing here about the effects of farmers due to this funding freeze, because, as I said, they receive, grants and subsidies, and this will certainly affect them as the spring thaw sets in, and farming and the sowing, right, begins. And of course, they're already having to deal with all kinds of issues due to like the current climate change crisis that's unfolding. I would imagine this summer is going to be very hot, and there's going to be drought affecting many portions of the country. So here, NBC News, farmers hit by a federal funding freeze scrambled to respond ahead of spring thaw. Many farmers made investments based on agricultural department funding that the Trump administration has put on hold, and some are in financial peril. So reading here, farmers across the U.S. are struggling to make critical decisions ahead of the spring thaw, as billions of dollars in promised federal payments remain frozen by the Trump administration. Ang Rowell, a farmer and beekeeper in Massachusetts, had planned to begin installing deer-proof fencing, mulch, and an irrigation system for a recently planted orchard, an initiative supported by more than $30,000 in federal grants that are now on hold. Without that money, Rowell worries that when the chestnut trees and elderberry bushes begin to sprout leaves in just a few weeks, there will be nothing to stop deer from chewing at the baby leaves, and Rowell said the farm will struggle to keep the plants regularly watered, weeded without the infrastructure it had been counting on. Quote, we risk losing the plants because we can't keep up with the watering schedule, end quote, Rowell said. Quote, the delay of time might not seem like a big deal for someone who is not a farmer, but it actually is, end quote. Again, so she has an orchard, and she has bees, and of course, the bees are going to pollinate that orchard, so it's like she really needs that assistance, so it's like, it's just so stupid. And of course, you get Trump and Elon Musk, they'll look at this woman and they'll be like, oh, well, who cares about that? Bees, so who gives a shit about bees? But again, that's how short-sighted they are, right? So on his first day of office, President Donald Trump issued an executive order that paused the disbursement of all funds linked to former President Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which included $19.5 billion in agriculture-related conservation programs. The Trump administration also froze funds related to a separate $3.1 billion investment in, quote, climate-smart farm projects made under Biden. The frozen funding was set to support projects including rotational grazing systems to improve soil health, waterways to reduce erosion, the installation of solar panels, and conversion from diesel to electric irrigation systems. Thousands of farmers have made plans and investments based on the promised funding, leaving some in financial peril, according to several groups that support farmers. The timing adds to that challenge. Spring marks a key moment in the seasonal cycle of many farms. With seeds planted and animals born, it can be difficult, if not impossible, to pause or reverse course. On Thursday, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced that it would be releasing, quote, the first tranche of funding paused under the administration's review of the Inflation Reduction Act, totaling $20 million. Quote, it's a pittance, end quote, said Mike Lavender, policy director of the National Sustainable Agricultural Coalition, a farm and food advocacy group. Quote, there is some semblance that this is moving, but it's clearly not fast enough. The timing matters, end quote. Small farms may be especially vulnerable as they tend to have tighter profit margins and more limited access to credit than larger operations. They also make up large portions of the farms participating in some of the federal grant programs that have been frozen, according to a recent USDA report. Quote, with this uncertainty, they're pulling out of farmers markets, canceling contracts already because they do not think they will have the capacity to meet them, end quote, said Vanessa Garcia Polanco, Government Relations Director for the National Young Farmers Coalition, an advocacy group for farmers and ranchers. Quote, when all that funding is frozen, it sends a signal to them that their business plan is not safe, end quote. In a press release, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said on Thursday that, quote, it is clear that some of this funding went to programs that had nothing to do with agriculture. That is why we are still reviewing, end quote. She criticized what she described as the previous administration's, quote, disastrous policies of overregulation, extreme environmental programs, and crippling inflation. The USDA did not say when additional money would be released. Brian Gare, a farmer in Indiana, had been counting on a $10,000 grant from the USDA to expand the grazing area for sheep, which he would then rotate with his farm's hay fields to conserve the soil quality over time. Based on the expectation of receiving the grant, he agreed to purchase lambs this spring from a local sheep breeder. 9 weeks from now, the lambs are expected to be born, but Gare still doesn't know if or when he will receive the funds he was promised to build the fencing and water lines that he needs. So he scrambled to secure a loan from a friend to make sure the lambs will have a place to graze. Quote, farmers have to shift when timelines change, Gare said. Quote, we have to adapt given the biological situation going on with animals and the seasons, end quote. Having received no updates from the USDA on his grant as of Friday afternoon, he is now rethinking his plan to purchase more sheep this summer for his farm, which he and his partner founded 2 years ago. Quote, we'll just have to scale that back and slow it down, end quote. Those receiving grants explicitly related to climate change are especially concerned as the Trump administration has made targeting such programs a political priority. PASA Sustainable Agriculture, a nonprofit supporting farmers, manages about 200 climate-related projects funded by the USDA in 15 states, including the upgrades to Rowell's Orchard in Massachusetts. The group is now owed close to $2 million in reimbursement from the USDA, according to Executive Director Hannah Smith Brubaker, who fears she will have to lay off staff if the freeze continues for much longer. Quote, there are not going to be people to help those farmers and process those payments, end quote, she said. Rowell sought out USDA funds to support a new orchard after Hurricane Helene destroyed beehives they were keeping in western North Carolina. Just one of many extreme weather events that disrupted their beekeeping and honey production business. Quote, the point of this orchard was to make us more resilient, Rowell said. Quote, we are able to have a diversified farm that has other products to offer and can offset losses when catastrophes like this happen. But instead now, we have the federal government as a catastrophe, end quote. Again, this is just one of those instances where it's like, how do I say this? Because like they're mainly talking here about like sort of small landowning farmers, like homesteaders, right? And again, you know, this is the idea that we have with farmers in America, where it's like mom and pop farms, right? Small homesteads, when really the main like source of agricultural production are these like, you know, major corporations, like say like Tyson, right? I'm trying to think of other agricultural companies. Whatever. I mean, yeah, that's what that's really who's going to benefit from this and who's most likely going to be prioritized. And of course, there's all this talk about like the working man, you know, the blue collar, you know, American, right? I mean, you can't get more American than farming, right? And this is how they're treated, and this is how they're left to fend for themselves. And of course, you know, a lot of them certainly would vote for Trump, right? I mean, they probably already have voted for Trump. But then, of course, there's their political alignment, and then there's the material reality. And it's like, as much as they might like Trump, they're going to feel it now. We're like, where's all this grant money coming from? All that socialism. Where's my socialism? Like, yeah, man, it's just crazy. Oh, well. And it's just so interesting thinking about, because, like, I've had ideas of, like, I mean, again, it's a long shot. I don't know if I'll ever buy land, but, like, my whole, at least long-term goal is to get to a point to buy up land. And I was thinking about like having like a rabbit farm, which would actually work, you know, in a place like this, you know, in the Huntsville like small town area. I don't know. That's just my thought. But then like now I'm reading stuff like this where it's like, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't apply for like grants and such, but still, it's like the fact that that's an option for small farmers, is of course beneficial. But now, of course, you have to deal with like stupid stuff like this where like now suddenly your grant money is frozen up, and then we're just now about to get like the spring heat, the spring thaw, and like you have to make plans about that. It's just like there's a lot to consider. It's not easy being a farmer. Like again, there's like they try to like turn it into like a TikTok lifestyle, the homesteader, trad wife lifestyle. But nah, man, like it's hard. You live year by year, and of course now with climate change, like you might have like some farmer's almanac, but still like these climate events are going to be very dramatic and could really change things. Imagine having like a whole herd of sheep, right? Like this guy was talking about, and then like say like a tornado comes through and then your whole flock gets killed off, or just something, random like that you just had no ability to prepare for. Or say like a drought, right? Which goes even further, because then that affects food production. Like that's just, yeah, like it's crazy. And then of course Trump and Musk want to hold up funding for that, It's crazy. And of course they were talking about explicitly like the climate protocols, they're going to be targeted, politically targeted. And it's just so crazy to think about. Like this is a very obvious reality that's unfolding, that's going to affect food production. And then you have this government that's like, no, we actually want to undermine that. Crazy. But then you also have to consider, like, because they're trying to politicize and attack, any sort of climate change initiatives. But then when you hear them talk about, say, like Greenland, right? They're very obviously making that calculation because of climate change, because the Arctic Circle is going to, have less and less ice. It's going to be more water, open water. And also Greenland itself, like the glaciers are going to melt and further expose mineral resources that can now be exploited. That's why they're talking about annexing Greenland. That's the real reason. They're trying to say it's about Russia and China, but it's because of climate change, melting the ice away, open access to the Arctic Ocean, and also open access to mineral resources in Greenland. That's really what it's about. So it's just crazy to think about, like, they talk about climate change saying that like, oh, this is it's a hoax, it's a politicized issue, but then when it's something that can directly benefit them, they're obviously gonna, take advantage of it. Again, it's just crazy, so stupid. Sorry, just to wrap up at least here with the federal funding issues here, because I had mentioned briefly about a judge freezing Trump's proposal, his plan. So even though he's like making these executive orders to halt funding, obviously he can't do that, and the judges are stepping in, and who knows what's going to happen. I would imagine soon that I think he already did with like one of the judge's daughters, like start publicly exposing these judges. Yeah. So here, a federal judge on Friday. I'm reading from the Associated Press. And actually, just a funny thing about the Associated Press that I've been reading is that, like, apparently they're being, like, blocked from attending events because they're not putting the Gulf of America for the Gulf of Mexico. So they're, like, being, like, blocked from that. And, of course, like, there's, like, talk about, like, they're changing all these, like, different, like, press briefings and, like, access. So, like, NPR is being, like, switched out with Breitbart. It's just so, oh, my God. So stupid. So, yeah, it's going to be crazy. Like, imagine if I were to become a school teacher. I mean, this is part of the reason why I don't want to do that. But, like, if I were to be a school teacher and I start teaching geography, I would have to tell them this is the Gulf of America. I'm still going to tell them that it used to be the Gulf of Mexico. But even if I did that, I can get in trouble. Like, that's what's going to start happening now, So that's why, like, as much as I would love to be a school teacher, now we're entering such a politicized time, especially because I live in a state like Texas, where it's like, even if I try to push them to a more left-leaning liberal side, like, it can get me in trouble, okay? Especially, if I try to teach history and I try to teach something like the Civil War, right? or slavery, about the horrors of slavery. They're going to try to like make it like, no, actually, you have to provide a balanced perspective on slavery. And actually, you see, the slave, they gained skills, and the slave masters, the plantation owners, they took care of them, they fed them. Like that's what's going to happen. So stupid. Anyway, let me get on subject. So Associated Press and the federal judge blocking the federal freezing. So here, a federal judge on Friday heard arguments on a request to further block President Donald Trump's administration from freezing trillions of dollars of grants and loans that fund everything from clean energy programs to bridge repairs to emergency shelters. U.S. District Court Judge John McConnell in Rhode Island, who already approved a temporary restraining order on the funding freeze, is considering a request for a preliminary injunction from nearly 24 Democrat states. If approved, it would be the first order since Trump administration announced a sweeping pause on federal aid, stirring up a wave of confusion and anxiety across the United States. McConnell said he would try to decide whether to grant the injunction within a week. Quote, shortly after inauguration, the lights started to go out. Rhode Island Attorney General Deputy Chief Sarah Rice told McConnell at the start of the hearing. She said the spending freeze was quote, categorical, end quote, and in some cases violated the U.S. Constitution's separation of powers by disrupting appropriations made by Congress. The spending freeze upended a complex and delicate payment system and threatened a myriad of programs, Rice said, including some that help farmers and beekeepers, early childhood education programs, university research grants, and water safety testing. Some entities have been left wondering if they will be able to make payroll, Rice said. But Daniel Shway, an attorney with the Department of Justice representing the Trump administration, said the freeze was well within the executive branch's powers because the president was simply telling agencies that, quote, if you have a discretion to pause, you should pause, end quote, so that they considered how best to use federal funds. Quote, the president can implement his policy through subordinate agencies as long as those agencies comply with the law, Shway told the judge. He said the state's claim was too broad and amorphous. In the lawsuit, the states said the funding freeze generated confusion, causing immediate harm by impeding planning, wasting resources to mitigate potential impacts, and unnecessarily stopping work. Quote, without the timely disbursement of this funding, the plaintiff states will be unable to provide these essential services for residents, pay public employees, satisfy obligations, and carry on the important business of government, end quote, the states wrote. A second lawsuit over the funding freeze by groups representing thousands of nonprofits and small businesses is being heard by U.S. District Judge Lauren Ali Khan in Washington, D.C. Ali Khan is also considering a request to issue a preliminary injunction. In their court documents in the Rhode Island case, the states listed a litany of programs that are still waiting for federal funds or some clarity on whether the money is going to be delivered. The funding impacted include billions of dollars that would fund rooftop solar power in low-income neighborhoods, billions of dollars that subsidize low and moderate income households' purchase and installation of electric heat pump water heaters, billions of dollars for greenhouse gas reduction programs, and hundreds of millions of dollars for bridge projects, including $220 million in federal grant funding for the replacement of the Rhode Island-Washington Bridge, a critical span that nearly 100,000 vehicles cross each day. In Washington State, $200 million in wildfire preparedness funding, $145 million for clinical trials on kidney disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and pediatric cancer, and more than $102 million in hydrogen fueling and electric vehicle charging stations were among the programs that remain frozen, said Breonna Aho, communications director for Governor Bob Ferguson. Quote, we grapple with this issue on a daily basis. Any frozen funds can have a huge impact on a whole range of issues. We are watching this funding very closely and will keep fighting for it, Ferguson said in an email to the Associated Press. In a related matter, New York City filed a lawsuit Friday in federal court in Manhattan over the Trump administration's decision to take back more than $80 million that the Federal Emergency Management Agency had approved to help pay for sheltering migrants. McConnell previously ruled that the administration would continue efforts to withhold the FEMA money. Last month, The White House said it would temporarily halt federal funding to ensure that the payments complied with Trump's order barring diversity programs. The Republican president wants to increase fossil fuel production, remove protections for transgender people, and end DEI efforts. The administration rescinded the memo outlining its planned funding freeze, but many state governments, universities, and nonprofits have argued federal agencies continue to block funding for a range of programs. Earlier this month, McConnell, who was nominated by President Barack Obama, ordered the Trump administration to unfreeze federal spending. Federal money remained tied up even after his January 31st order blocking a planned halt on federal spending, he found. Quote, "These pauses in funding violate the plain text of the temporary restraining order," McConnell wrote. Quote, "The broad, categorical, and sweeping freeze of federal funds is, as the court found, likely unconstitutional and has caused and continued to cause irreparable harm to a vast portion of the country." End quote. The government argues its move to freeze funds is illegal and says the request for a preliminary injunction is moot since the memo from the Office of Management and Budget has been rescinded. They also argue the states are exaggerating the impact of the freeze. Quote, "Plaintiffs here seek to portray the executive branch's actions in extreme terms as imposing an indefinite pause on all federal funding," the administration wrote. "In reality, this case is about something far more modest: the executive's ability to instruct agencies to temporarily pause discrete categories of funding to the extent doing so is consistent with their underlying statutory authority to ensure that such funding aligns with a new administration's priorities." So at least that's just what is being written there. But again, yeah, that's, the freeze and the funding that's happening. I mean, again, what can be expected, right? It's incredible. It's really incredible just to see everything unfold, and it's just like I don't even know like how to process it, because it's like self-sabotage. Like America's just setting itself on fire, and then it's like, it was trans people, it was the illegal immigrants. Like that's just what's going to end up happening, and of course, it's going to keep spiraling. And then of course you got China just looking like, just like the sane person in the room. I mean, I don't care anymore, really. I mean, this is always going to end up happening. We're living in the Chinese century, that's for sure. But damn, man, like, again, it's just like this didn't even have to happen. Like, why are we doing this? And of course, you got Elon Musk in power, and like, he had like the chainsaw moment. He was with Javier Milei, who's already like under hot water because of the crypto scam that he just ran and just defrauded like all his supporters. And of course, Trump even released his own like meme coin. So it's all so stupid. It's all a racket. They're just trying to make as much money and run away with the bank, right? And of course, Elon Musk was holding the chainsaw, just like, I am become meme. Like, he's just such a freak. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking weirdo. What a loser. But again, he has all his money, so like he doesn't really have to impress anybody. Crazy, dude. It's just crazy. I don't even know what's gonna happen, man. And of course, you got some liberals just like coming around, just like, aren't you glad now? How about that? Are you happy now? Like, it's just trying to be so condescending and not realize that the Democrats having a horrible platform, not standing for anything, is the reason we're in this mess. But again, the real democratic values are you have to shut up and fall in line and vote what the party tells you to vote. That's, yeah. And then of course you got like Hakeem Jeffries like saying like, well, they're in charge of all the branches. There's really nothing we can do. Just like already throwing in the towel. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. They don't stand for anything. Again, like the way they want to act about like Palestine and Gaza, like they're like now because Trump wants to ethnically cleanse them. Oh, well, this is a terrible plan. Like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden weren't doing the exact same thing and trying to make the same proposals, just a little more quietly, Like Trump is just saying, oh, well, Egypt and Jordan, they have to accept it, But that was like what they were trying to do behind the scenes. So it's like they want the same things. It's just Trump is more upfront about it, about his intentions. wanting to like turn it into a beachside resort. And the idea of like, oh, we're going to put troops in Gaza. Like, what? It's going to be a fucking nightmare. Oh my God. But I have more things to say about Israel and Palestine. I just wanted to talk here just domestically and all the like restructuring attempts that like Trump and Elon Musk are trying to make with the federal workforce. And most likely what's going to end up happening is like it's going to be contracted out to like private, corporations. I mean, dude, it's just, but that's government efficiency, right? We have to that's true efficiency. Contract that labor out for a higher rate. Oh my God, dude. So stupid, man. So dumb. But again, that's just the first segment that I want to touch up on. Sort of like the shock therapy that is occurring. And here with this next segment, I will speak now on geopolitical news. Of course, I was talking, a little bit about Ukraine, but I think I'll highlight more on that. Just like the general like news on the ground and like just the implications of Trump and Putin possibly making a deal behind Zelensky's back, and just what could unfold from that. But that will be on the next part. And so now, as we record the second segment, international geopolitical developments, it's important to note that as of this recording, today, as I'm recording on February 24th, 2025, it is the 3-year anniversary of the Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So certainly a significant event, certainly changing the dynamics of European politics, and as we can read later, I'll read later about like certain election results that have been happening. But, for Ukraine and also just like the NATO alliance, this has changed everything. And of course, now we have Sweden and Finland, but like just formerly neutral countries now getting closer with the NATO Western coalition. It's just certainly it's a hot topic, especially as a leftist, because we're supposed to be like against NATO, Western American imperialism. And so the conflict that's happening in Ukraine is certainly part of that. But then also at the same time, when you say, when you talk about how NATO and American encirclement has caused Russia to take this more aggressive stance, it makes it seem like we're, apologizing for Putin's actions, and that's not the case. I mean, of course, Putin has his own imperialist aims, Russia has their own imperialist aims, and Ukraine is just stuck in the middle between. As I alluded earlier, it's a turf war. It's like it's all about turf. Of course, under the liberal administration, they try to make it more about national sovereignty, right, and just respecting the rights of Ukraine. Of course, they're not going to make it too obvious that this is about, the imperialist projection of the United States and also the natural resources, the mineral rights that are there in Ukraine. But now under Trump, it's a little more obvious that this is about, this is a business exchange. And as Trump is now saying openly, we want a return, and they want to, negotiate mineral rights. And it's again, it's a little more upfront about like its, intentions. They're not trying to like wash it and say like, no, this is actually progressive. This it's the liberals are about the woke empire, right? The DEI empire, DEI imperialism. So, our drone operators are black trans women, like so. Just that's the idea. So at least with Trump, it's a little more just straight up like, no, this is about power and gaining wealth and resources, and now we're seeing here actually in the UN they had the General Assembly vote on a resolution to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the US voted against that. So it's like what is happening? It's just so strange. As I'm saying, I think they're gonna Putin and Trump are gonna make an agreement, and it's gonna be like Molotov-Ribbentrop Like just cut apart Ukraine. You take the east half, we take the western half, and then, yeah, it's just, that's what I think is going to end up happening. Of course, they're starting to now make talks about peace negotiations, and actually, like, they're cutting out Zelensky in Ukraine. So it's just, yeah, it's just crazy to think about. Again, I just feel bad for the Ukrainians, the average Ukrainians who are just stuck in the middle of this. But it's just like they were sold on this false hope from the West of, hey, we'll protect you from Russia. Well, we'll protect you. We're gonna build up your military so you can defend yourselves. And now we're seeing the end result that so many leftists have been saying, that like you're just gonna be left out, because it's a racket for these defense contractors so they can send out all this equipment and then just make a whole bank from it. And then now that it's pretty much set in stone that Ukraine is going to lose. I mean, they've been losing territory the whole time. I'm not saying that like Russia is doing any better, but like just on a strategic, tactical basis, Russia has just been making gains slowly because they can afford to. They can afford those losses, equipment and manpower losses. And also they're gaining experience, conventional war experience. It's like, again, if you read any history about Russia, and especially on these like grand military campaigns, at the beginning, they are losing embarrassingly because like they don't really have like a standing army the way that we do. That has to be like professional and trained up to deploy everywhere in the world within like 48 hours, right? It's more about maintaining their own, borders, security. In fact, their military is mainly dealing with like domestic insurrections, right? So, of course, they had Syria, so they sent troops out to Syria, which has fallen through. So, that's one thing. But, Ukraine is like literally their backyard. And like they do have real historical connections to there. So, I mean, they had the Tucker Carlson interview, right? That people make fun of Putin for like explaining the historical ties that Russia has to the land. But it's like, you ask the president of Russia what historical claims Russia has to Ukraine. And yeah, he's going to go to the Kievan Rus. I mean, Russia is an ancient civilization. Like, obviously, we Americans can't really comprehend that. And just in general, you see like a lot of hatred about just Russia and like their civilization, right, and their empire, which kind of gets a bit problematic. Like, it's funny, like they had the recent Civilization game that came out, and yeah, like they have, of course, Russia in the game, and there are people genuinely commenting like, can you read the room? Like, just because that's all they think about is like this Russia-Ukraine war, the NATO fellas who just like shitpost. They're just shitposting about this war while real people are dying, and it's just like, it's a joke to them. Even though they want to pretend like they're Ukraine patriots, but it's like, this is a joke to you. This is just a little game that you can post online with your like DOGE, like camouflaged like avatar. This is stupid, and I'm getting off track. Well, I wanted to talk about this UN resolution, but it's just fascinating to see how things are turning around for Ukraine and how like so many Ukrainian supporters are acting like suddenly this is a great betrayal that's happening when it was already telegraphed. If you know any history about U.S. intervention with these proxy wars, it's like, yeah, obviously, like there were, of course, good intentions. I do believe that Joe Biden genuinely wanted to support Ukraine, and the Democratic establishment wanted to support Ukraine in this war, but this is just the end goal, and now it's becoming more transactional because that's the obvious intention here. We send all these weapons over there in the billions of dollars and to no avail, right? And now it's becoming, now with Trump and Elon Musk, now it's just straight up, what are we going to get in return? Oh, you got some nice mineral resources. We want 50% of those rights. Like, that's what's going to turn into. Again, it's just, as a leftist, you're just like, I hate being right all the time. Well, not me, because I've been more focused on like Palestine in Israel. But yeah, I did want to like open up with this because like moving forward, like what's going to unfold for Ukraine and Zelensky, because like Zelensky has said like he's not going to do elections. Like, okay, like, there's this claim about like the democratic values of Ukraine, and then Zelensky's just straight up like, yeah, we're not having elections. Like, it's like, what? Oh my God, it's so stupid. So here, just reading the CNN article about the UN resolution that had been voted through, and that now the US is voting in favor of Russia, which is so odd. But again, this is just what we're living through now. And again, this just further demonstrates how the international standing of the United States is just going to continue to falter, because you can't trust the U.S. anymore. You're just going to get backstabbed, which you should have already known that. But now because it's Trump, it's just like, oh, well, yeah, now it's obvious. So, yeah. And then you can see other NATO allies like Canada, right? Like Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state. It's just like, what are we doing? Which is so funny because like they had the hockey league games between the U.S. and Canada, and like they would do the national anthem, and then Canadians are booing it. I'm just like, I'm loving it. I'm like, yes, boo, boo the national anthem, please. And then of course, you had so many people who had never watched a hockey game in their life just like jumping in on this because for some reason now we're gonna go to war with Canada, and then they kicked our ass still. Anyway, it's just funny. I need to get into hockey, honestly, because I'm not really into like the sort of blood sport games, but hockey is actually fascinating because there's real finesse to it. Like when you see them moving that puck around, it's like, damn, like, and then they're just knocking each other out. It's like, fuck, this is far more interesting than football. Not that I don't like football. I just don't like watch it. Anyway, like, oh, you see the game? I'm like, no, I don't watch anything. But right, let me get focused. So here, CNN talking about this General Assembly resolution. So here, the United States joined Russia to vote against a UN General Assembly resolution condemning Russia's war against Ukraine Monday, and a stunning shift from years of U.S. policy. The vote against the Ukrainian and European-backed resolution saw the U.S. at odds with its longtime European allies, and instead aligned with the aggressor in the war on the 3-year anniversary of Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It came as the Trump administration has pursued discussions with Moscow about ending the war, as the President Donald Trump has ratcheted up his rhetoric towards Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. The resolution was adopted by the General Assembly with 93 votes in favor. It notes, quote, with concern, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation has persisted for 3 years and continues to have devastating and long-lasting consequences not only for Ukraine, but also for other regions and global stability, end quote. Continuing, quote, calls for a de-escalation and early cessation of hostilities and a peaceful resolution of the war against Ukraine, end quote. The U.S. has introduced a rival General Assembly resolution which did not call Russia the aggressor or acknowledge Ukraine's territorial integrity. Quote, it implores a swift end to the conflict and further urges a lasting peace between Ukraine and Russia, end quote. It mourns, quote, the tragic loss of life throughout the Russia-Ukraine conflict, end quote, and reiterates, quote, the principal purpose of the United Nations, as expressed in the United Nations Charter, is to maintain international peace and security and to peacefully settle disputes, end quote. The U.S. is expected to introduce the same draft resolution at the UN Security Council later on Monday. Prior to the vote in the General Assembly, Ambassador Dorothy Shea, the charge d'affaires at the U.S. mission to the UN, had urged, quote, all member states, including Ukraine and Russia, end quote, to back the resolution. Quote, a simple historic statement from the General Assembly that looks forward, not backwards. A resolution focused on one simple idea, ending the war. A path to peace is possible, end quote, she said. Quote, Mr. President, that is why the United States opposed putting forward another resolution, and that is why we cannot support Ukraine's resolution, and we urge its withdrawal in favor of a strong statement committing us to end the war and work towards a lasting peace, end quote, Shea said. The U.S. ended up abstaining on the vote for its own resolution at the General Assembly after several amendments were passed ahead of the vote to strengthen the language against Russia and reaffirm Ukraine's territorial integrity. So that is kind of just crazy how like like Trump and the U.S. now are just straight up just like, yeah, we don't care about Ukraine's territorial integrity. I mean, listen, like, because it's just like I'm not saying that I like what's going on for Ukraine, but like most likely what's going to happen is whenever they do make negotiations, Ukraine's going to lose Crimea, Donbass, and all those other occupied territories that are east of the Dnieper River. I believe that's the river. Yeah, because they're already in occupation of it. But it's just crazy to see like the U.S. is just openly admitting, yeah, we don't really care. It's just crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised, but just to see it actually happening now, it's like, wow, really? Like, wow, man. But, they got sold, Ukraine was just sold this dream of breaking themselves from Russia. And it's like, and now you brought ruin upon yourselves. And now Russia is going to be even more like, is going to have more of a hold now, And of course, you have to deal with the fact that like these are just mainly Ukrainian nationalists who have historically had connections with, say, the Nazi invasion of Ukraine, the Banderites, fairly anti-Semitic, anti-Polish, like they committed all kinds of massacres and ethnic cleansings. It's just fascinating when you read about like Ukrainian like nationalism, like the movements, and it's just like, oh man, like there's a lot of problems here. And that's just the legacy of that coming here, where the United States is obviously going to just support any sort of reactionary nationalist movement if it can pose as a sort of a proxy fight to their international, geopolitical rival. So, of course, that being Russia. Like, if they can stir up this conflict in Ukraine, stir up political, like the 2014 revolution was a color revolution in essence. So, like, stir that up and then try to, weaken Russia's position, then that's what's going to happen. But then, of course, you see the reaction to that where Russia makes a land grab for Crimea because, like, that's an important strategic position. That's they have like a naval base there. They're not going to let NATO just take that over. Like, so it's like we poked the bear and then the bear bit our foot off. It's like, what do you think was going to happen? Anyway, I'm just, again, I have to reiterate, I'm not making apologism for Putin because I don't like Putin. I think he's a gangster. But it's like, obviously, like, because you have to understand, like, he watched the Soviet Union and Russia, just completely collapse, just like complete ruin, basically. And of course, what's going to end up happening from that is there going to be this nationalist resentment. And obviously, you see Putin rise to power to create a stronger Russia, to at least, assert its national sovereignty. And that's always been the case for Russia. Like, I just saw like one, I made a tweet because somebody was like, oh, here's my proposal for dealing with the Russian problem. And of course, it's like, just like verbatim, like the plans of like Operation Barbarossa. it's like, oh yeah, like that worked out the last like 100 times a foreign power has invaded Russia. Totally. It's like the Polish, the Swedish, right? The French, the Germans. They tried to invade Russia, conquer Russia, and it failed horribly. Now, the Mongols, of course, did it. And that took, centuries for them to eventually lose their hold. But still, like, and it's just so funny when I wrote that. And then, like, people are just, like, talking about these examples of, like, actually, they lost in so many other wars. But it's like, there's a difference between, like, a pitched battle or, like, some campaign versus, like, genuinely occupying and conquering and occupying that land. So, yeah, maybe the Polish-Lithuanian Empire conquered some land over time, but then they fell apart because you just can't hold it. Like, yeah. Anyway, like, again, that's like a part of history that I'm not exactly an expert on. So of course there's bigger historical discussions about, Russian history in general and Eastern, like, Baltic history. I'm certainly no expert on that. But when you just see the general trend of history of like these conflicts with Russia, and of course like the Russian Empire became the largest empire in history, contiguous land empire, like hello, like there's a reason for that anyway. So, well, they weren't the biggest like land contiguous empire, but you get the point. At the time of their, at the time of the Russian Empire, it was the largest contiguous land empire. And of course, then it turns to the Soviet Union, and that's the continuation of that. Anyway, so that's at least this resolution here, and just like the shift in U.S. foreign policy, like just at the UN, which again is crazy to see. Like I mean, it's just wild. And actually, right now, Trump and Emmanuel Macron, they're having a press conference. So, I'm not watching it, but I just want to see what's happening. Like. Anything that I should pay attention to. Anyway, of course they're having discussions about Russia. Anyway, that's just interesting to follow. But here, since I was talking about the mineral, resources and the rights, here's like an article from the BBC about Ukraine and negotiations that are underway. Again, like. Ukraine's like in an impossible position. So if the U.S. just suddenly wants to take, mineral rights, like they have to do that. It's like if you're gonna choose me or Putin, like that's what Trump is. I mean, this is like, again, it's extortion, really. That's what it is. So anyway, so here's the BBC. So why is Ukraine negotiating a minerals deal with the U.S.? So here, Kiev and Washington are close to signing a deal over U.S. access to Ukraine's mineral deposits, a Ukrainian minister says. Olga Stefanishyna, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration, said on X that, quote, negotiations have been constructive with nearly all key details finalized. She added that, quote, we are committed to completing this swiftly to proceed with the signature, end quote. Zelensky first included the offer of an agreement on minerals in the so-called, quote, victory plan that he presented to Trump last September. The idea was to offer the then presidential candidate a tangible reason for the U.S. to continue supporting Ukraine. On Monday, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson told the BBC in Kiev that such a deal was, quote, the great prize, end quote, because it would secure, quote, a United States commitment under Donald Trump to a free and sovereign and secure Ukraine, end quote. So what minerals does Ukraine have? Kiev estimates that about 5% of the world's critical raw materials are in Ukraine. This includes some 19 million tons of proven reserves of graphite, which the Ukrainian Geological Survey State Agency says makes the nation one of, quote, one of the top 5 leading countries, end quote, for the supply of the mineral. Graphite is used to make batteries for electric vehicles. Ukraine also has a third of all European lithium deposits. So I'd imagine Elon Musk is certainly invested here. The key component in current batteries. And prior to the Russian invasion, Ukraine's global share of titanium production, a lightweight metal used in construction for everything from aeroplanes to power stations, was 7%. Further, Ukraine has significant deposits of rare earth minerals. There are a group of 17 elements that are used to produce weapons, wind turbines, electronics, and other products vital in the modern world. Some of the mineral deposits, however, have been seized by Russia, according to Yulia Zviridenko, Ukraine's economy minister. Resources worth $350 billion, about 277 billion pounds, remain in occupied territories today. In 2022, SecDev, a geopolitical risk consultancy based in Canada, conducted an evaluation which established that Russia had occupied 63% of Ukrainian coal mines and half of its manganese, cesium, and tantalum and rare earth deposits. So yeah, the Donbass is like historically known as like a coal mining region. Right. So Dr. Robert Mugga, principal of SecDev, says that such minerals add a, quote, strategic and economic dimension, end quote, in Russia's continued aggression. By seizing them, he says, Moscow denies access revenue for Ukraine, expands its own resource base, and influences global supply chains. Why does the U.S. want them? Critical minerals quote, are the foundation of 21st century economy, end quote, Dr. Mugga explained. They are key to renewable energy, military applications, and industrial infrastructure, and play, quote, a growing strategic role in geopolitics and geoeconomics, he said. Additionally, the U.S. is keen on a deal for Ukraine's mineral resources because it wants to reduce dependency on Russia, which controls 75% of rare earth deposits in the world, according to the Geological Investment Group. In December, China banned the export of some rare earth minerals to the U.S., having previously limited mineral exports to the U.S. the previous year. On Monday, ahead of a visit with French President Emmanuel Macron, White House National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz told U.S. news outlet News Nation that the deal was, quote, about growing the pie economically and binding the U.S. and Ukraine together for the future. And here, the next paragraph, what do we know about the negotiations so far? Prior to Stefanishinya's assertion that a deal was close, there appeared to be several sticking points. Last Wednesday, Zelensky rejected U.S. demands for a reported 50% share of its rare earth minerals, which Trump said would reflect the amount of aid the U.S. had provided to Ukraine during its war with Russia. Quote, I can't sell our state, end quote, he said. The provisions of a second draft of the deal Sunday appear to be even tougher than in the first document. Instead of a 50-50 revenue split, the revised draft suggested the U.S. wanted full control. Zelensky told journalists at the press conference on Sunday. Zelensky is also said to want any deal to include security guarantees. On Monday, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson called an agreement for U.S. access to Ukraine's minerals, quote, the great prize. He rejected suggestions the deal was a ripoff and said, quote, what the Ukrainians get from this is a United States commitment under Donald Trump to a free, sovereign, and... Wait, no, I have to say it like him because he's like so fucking... I hate him. So, okay. He rejected suggestions the deal was a ripoff and said, quote, what the Ukrainians get from this is a United States commitment from under Donald Trump to a free, sovereign, and secure Ukraine. With this fucking like, God, with this like Jimmy Savile like haircut, like fucking bowl cut. Oh my God, yeah, it's just so crazy. Yeah, so that's Boris Johnson, I guess, negotiating with Ukraine. Some commenters have described the U.S. offer as colonial, but Kiev is interested in joint exploration of its resources. Developing these mineral resources is extremely difficult and expensive, according to Irina Sapron, chief executive of the Geological Investment Group, a mining advisory firm based in Ukraine. She argued that if they can attract American investors to develop their natural resources, it will be highly beneficial for the country's economy. Quote, we will get technologies that our mining industry lacks so much, Mrs. Sapron explained. Quote, we will get capital, that means more jobs, tax payments, will receive revenue from the development of mineral deposits. Yeah, man, ask Afghanistan how that worked. It's the same playbook. It's the same fucking playbook. Oh my goodness gracious. And, you know, it's just interesting how, like, you know, mineral resources are playing just a more vital role. I've been looking to see about, you know, like in like stock trading, or I don't know. I don't know shit about anything, but my goal is to like just to at least put some money aside to different industries. And like what I've been like looking also into is copper, right? So I've like put some investments in copper mining, which I know seems like unethical, but again, man, it's like this is the game. When you're in a capitalist system, you got to do what you have to do to, you know, build capital, because that's like the entire basis of the system. So it's like, you know, it's mainly just like retirement portfolios, but still, like, who knows what's going to happen in like the next 30 years with like these mineral resources and like mining industries. If that's at least something that I can put aside and let it grow, because like I really need to start like building a savings account. But yeah, just trying to like diversify portfolio. But anyway, but like, you know, I guess, you know, if this is going to be the wave, right, I might as well ride it and then try to make the best of it, you know. But yeah, man, but that's, you know, just about Ukraine, the U.S. sort of like making developments and making these demands, and of course like Trump is like making these like old man like like mafia type demands. You're gonna give me 50%. It's like, I can't do that. Okay, well, I'm taking everything. Like, that's just the way it is. Is that New York mob, mob boss mentality. It's a racket. War is a racket. And now it's just being more upfront about it. They had these defense contracts, right, to sell equipment and weapons and material. That was a quick way for these defense contractors to make a good buck. But now it's like, no, actually, like, okay, now we just straight up want your mineral resources. And and of course Zelensky's like sort of like willing to agree with it, because it's like, okay, well, will we be NATO? And then not even that, like, that's not even guaranteed. So it's just like, you guys got sold a bridge. Obviously, you guys got sold a bridge, and then now you're having to pick between two wolves, right? It's just like, yeah, they're both gonna eat you up, like, no, regardless. So anyway, man, who could have seen this coming, right? Who could have possibly seen that one coming? Anyway, so here, just to have this final article discussing Ukraine, but also just like further implications of other proxy states that could be affected, because Ukraine is sort of like the small little pet project, but we have like further commitments, say like Taiwan. And this article does explain, certain concerns about this policy change with Trump concerning Ukraine and what implications that might have for Taiwan, because China is making a buildup. I do read like reports here and there about like certain like training and certain like stationing of like these barges that they're like supposedly building to allow for an invasion, because Taiwan is a very mountainous island. So like an invasion, a proper like D-Day like invasion would be impossible. I mean, like, if China were to attempt an invasion of Taiwan, it would be the biggest like naval operation, amphibious invasion, like in history. And it would be like Ghost of Tsushima, right? Like this little island with like the largest fleet assembled, and then anything could go wrong. So say like those tsunami winds, or no, sorry, kamikaze winds, right? Like, so they're making a build up. I'm not saying like tomorrow Taiwan, like they always do that, like there's an invasion. They're doing live fire drills, but like, who knows what could unfold in like the next 20 years? Because China is obviously on the rise, and like militarily, navally, they're slowly getting there. I mean, they recently like built a new aircraft carrier. Of course, there's like all kinds of Twitter people who like try to like dissect that, but like those capabilities are going to improve over time, obviously. And also with China, like there was this recent stealth, they say like 6th generation fighter jet that was like hinted at. And again, I'm not like I don't follow that. There's like whole like subsections of like users and followers who specifically follow like equipment and like vehicle, open source like intelligence sort of details. But again, it's like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. China is slowly, because of the pressure from the United States, because China doesn't want to go to war. They don't have to. Like, it's just crazy to think about like how this idea of China trying to colonize the world, but it's like they have 1 billion people. Like, what? Why would they want to go to, like, why? But of course they have to build up their military capacity, because obviously the U.S. is stepping on their borders, and again, you have the South China Sea. Like, why is the U.S. patrolling there? Of course, there's concerns about the Philippines, but like, it's like the Philippines is an American like colonial outpost. Like, that's just the way it's been. Like, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I wanted to talk about Trump and the consequences of this like shift in Ukraine policy, and like other concerns that are being asked from Taiwan. That's what they specifically want to talk about. So here, this is the Associated Press. So here, the U.S. President Donald Trump's abrupt reversal of 3 years of American policy toward Ukraine has raised concerns China might become emboldened to push its territorial claim on Taiwan, though experts say Beijing is most likely in a wait-and-see mode right now to see how the situation in Europe plays out. In the past 2 weeks, Trump has falsely claimed Ukraine, quote, should have never started the war, end quote, said that Ukraine quote, may be Russian someday, end quote, and question the legitimacy of President Volodymyr Zelensky's government, while upending the long-standing American position of isolating Russia over its aggression by beginning direct talks with Moscow, voicing positions sounding remarkably like the Kremlin's own. Before heading to Washington for talks with Trump on Monday, French President Emmanuel Macron said he would emphasize, quote, you can't be weak in the face of President Putin, end quote. Quote, it's not you, it's not your trademark, and it's not in your interests, end quote. Macron said he would tell Trump, quote, how can you then be credible in the face of China if you're weak in the face of Putin, end quote. So continuing, what does Ukraine have to do with Taiwan? Like Moscow's claim that Ukraine is rightfully Russian territory, China claims the self-governing island of Taiwan as its own. Chinese President Xi Jinping has not ruled out taking it by force. Now, you see, here's the assertion that they're making. Because, like, sure, yeah, like, Ukraine is actually, like, a national, like, sovereign territory that, like, Russia has made treaties with to recognize their separation, right? Their sovereignty. In the past, at least. Now, they're not doing so. By Taiwan, they're calling the self-governing island of Taiwan as its own because it is. Like, China has a claim to Taiwan. The People's Republic has a claim. The current, like, Chinese nationalist Republic of Taiwan is, like, the vestiges of Chiang Kai-shek's army. Like, so, I mean, basically, like, the Civil War never really ended. So when China makes a claim for Taiwan, it's like, it's a actual claim to make. Anyway, again, this, you know, it would be like if the Confederates had, like, so, like, I mean, it sounds like a crazy, like, analogy, but, like, when you read certain, like, plans that the Confederates had, it's actual genuine, like, they had plans to expand and colonize Latin America. So imagine if, and I mean, there were actual Confederates who fled to Latin America and established their own colonies, or, you know, to have their plantations and slaves, like Brazil. There's a whole town in Brazil that is, like, Confederates. So, like, imagine if the Confederacy went into Cuba, colonized Cuba, and then, like, 150 years later, Cuba is basically like a Confederate outpost where the Confederate government in Cuba claims all the territory of the United States. It's like, yeah, obviously, we would want to assert our dominance. I mean, sure, Cuba isn't directly owned by the United States, but, like, you know, just, like, for the sake of, I mean, if you actually read American history, like, it kind of was, but that's another discussion. But the Confederacy in Cuba being supported actively by Russia, right? Like, imagine that. Like, of course, we would try to, like, assert ourselves and try to, you know, bring Cuba into heel. Anyway, it doesn't exactly work because obviously China and the United States and like the civil wars, the reasons for the civil wars are very different. But I'm just trying to, like, visualize it for you, which is interesting also because Taiwan was, like, colonized, and, like, there are indigenous people there who have their own issues to deal with. So it's like there's similarities but also big differences. But the idea is, like, if there was a whole island of Confederates just, like, still, like, running their own, like, government, claiming to be the true government of the United States, it would make sense for us, the United States, to try to, you know, deal with that. So, and then, of course, you know, they're being actively supported, say, by Russia, right? Imagine Russia, like, having naval ships patrolling, like, to protect this island of Confederates. Like, that's what it is. So let me continue. So Trump on Friday appeared to walk back his earlier comments, inaccurately blaming Ukraine for starting the war, but his administration's overall abrupt shift in policy on the conflict would cause some in Taiwan to question, quote, whether the United States could pull the rug out from underneath them as well, said Russell Hissau, executive director of the Global Taiwan Institute in Washington. Still, while Beijing is certainly paying close attention to Trump's comments, it is unlikely to act in haste. He said, quote, I don't think Xi Jinping will be so brash as to roll the iron die on the conclusion that just because Trump acted in a certain way concerning Ukraine, he would do the same over Taiwan, end quote. Hissau said, quote, Trump is too unpredictable, end quote. Here further, the Trump administration has shifting position on Taiwan. So Trump was quite popular in Taiwan when he left office in 2021 and was widely credited with bringing the US and a democratically governed island closer together. Again, it's just so fascinating. Like, oh man, Trump is popular in Taiwan. Like, that's a bit interesting because, like, there's certain, like, Taiwanese, like, American, like, you read, like, certain, like, business relations, and it's like, damn, like, a lot of these people are very right-wing, and they support Republicans. Yeah, anyway. So here, by American law, the U.S. is obligated to supply Taiwan with sufficient hardware and technology to fend off invasion from the mainland, but maintains a policy of strategic ambiguity on whether it would come to Taiwan's defense. Again, like, it's like the Israel of China. Like, that's what it is. Like, that's just fucking, oh my god. So recently, Trump has been more critical of Taiwan, saying it should pay the U.S. for its military defense. On several occasions, he also has accused Taiwan of taking computer chip manufacturing business away from the U.S. and suggested earlier this month he might impose tariffs on semiconductors. It's just like crazy. Like I was reading like this meme about like how Taiwan is basically like the Arrakis of like our economy essentially because of their like chip making technology. So it's like he who controls the chips controls the universe. Like that's, oh man. And then Trump wants to do tariffs on them. Crazy. At the same time, Trump has appointed many China hawks in his administration, including in top level positions such as Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to that. Marco Rubio. And then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, also another clown character. After meeting NATO allies in Brussels earlier this month, Hegseth stressed that if the U.S. were to pull back support from Ukraine, it would be to concentrate on the Asia-Pacific region and leave European defense primarily to Europeans. Quote, the deterrent effect in the Pacific is one that really can only be led by the United States, end quote, Hegseth said. Again, like, it's just so fascinating how, like, you see this, like, conservatism that doesn't really view Russia as a threat because Russia is also a very conservative and, like, reactionary nation. So it's like, oh, we have a lot in common. Oh, you hate wokeness and gay people also? Yeah, me too. Oh, well, what are we doing here? Now, of course, they want to focus on China because it's the Yellow Menace, the Orientalist Empire, the rising sun. Like, it's just, that's the whole crazy, like, again, it's more racial. There's like a more racial quality to this. They want to act, of course, though it's because of like competing geopolitical interests, geoeconomic interests, but there's racial qualities here. So a few days later, Rubio issued a joint statement with his counterparts from Japan and South Korea after they met on the sidelines of a security conference in Munich, stressing the, quote, importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait as an indispensable element of security and prosperity for the international community, end quote. In a move that irked Beijing, the State Department also removed a line on American opposition to independence for Taiwan in a revised U.S. government fact sheet on the island. Comments seem likely to give Beijing pause. Quote, if I were Beijing, I would be paying the most attention to what Hegseth said about why the U.S. is changing its support to Ukraine, end quote, said Maya Nguyen's, senior fellow for Chinese security and defense policy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London. Quote, Hegseth said, this is about the Indo-Pacific, that the U.S. has priorities elsewhere, and I don't think from Beijing's perspective, that would have been comforting, said. The shift on Ukraine will give China the opportunity to push a message about the U.S. as an unreliable partner, she said, but it was unlikely Beijing would read Washington's seeming willingness to concede Ukrainian territory as it is being somehow open to Taiwan falling into Chinese hands. Quote, the broader trend lines of each country of the U.S. and China looking forward aren't necessarily changing, end quote. Nguyen said, quote, neither wants to give up any space, both want to continue on a trajectory that continues their national strength. It is worth noting that in the early months of Trump's first term, there were concerns his administration might be moving close to China, but he actually took a much tougher approach than some before him, said Ewan Graham, a senior defense analyst with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Graham said that while all American allies, quote, should be concerned by the Trump administration's abandonment of Ukraine and willingness to deal with Putin, end quote, it would be simplistic to assume a similar arrangement would apply to the China-Taiwan situation. Quote, it's more likely that the U.S. administration is attempting misguidedly to get Ukraine out of the way by making it a European problem in order to face China from a relatively stronger position, end quote. Graham said, I think it's a dangerous approach because of the appalling precedent it sets. It's unlikely to be repeated with China, end quote. So, yeah. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, of course, it's all imperialist power plays here. Anyway, I mean, again, as leftists, it's like we have no stake in the game of this, and it's just like whatever empire, like whatever imperial focus occurs, obviously is not going to be something that we're going to support. And again, I'm not saying that I'm a big China fan. Of course, I shitpost about China, but like they have their own issues. Don't get me wrong. But like when you consider their foreign policy actions, where like they haven't been at war since like Vietnam, like in the 70s, like they haven't bombed anybody. They're not really. I mean, they probably do have like weapons like support for like certain guerrilla movements, like certainly Burma. The civil war there, or Myanmar, I should say. And it's just interesting to follow developments there. But like that's the worst that I can see about like China's like foreign policy meddling. Of course, they do have like certain disputes with like I read about like the Chinese coast or the Philippines Coast Guard. Like there's certain skirmishes over like fishing grounds or fishing waters in Vietnam as well. There's certain skirmishes that occur there. But like, yeah, I mean, otherwise it's like I don't really see much of a reason to criticize China like militarily. You know, there's of course people who get very focused on that. But otherwise, you know, and especially like moving further in the future with climate change and like fishing disputes are going to be like a real catalyst for like geopolitical tensions. It just makes sense that China obviously is going to assert those waters. Again, like this is just what happens. Like it's just like with Russia asserting their influence and dominance in Ukraine. Not that it's good, but this is just what's going to happen. It makes sense that China is going to assert their dominance and control in the Pacific, the Indo-Pacific region. In fact, I would imagine like they're going to have greater competition with India, because India is also there. Like the US is just like, we're just like tourists in this area. But like China and like India, like they actually have like real interest, because that's literally like their sphere of influence. Although I don't really see India as like a naval like peer, like rival. I mean, I don't know much about like the Indian Navy, but like in the long run, I don't really see India being like a naval competitor, and like most likely they're going to have to rely on the US. Anyway, I'm not like a naval expert. That's just like my comments on that. But again, this has a lot to do with just like in general, like the growing multipolar dynamic, geopolitical dynamic. And of course, the US doesn't want to lose that. But it's just inevitable. Like, that's just what's going to happen. Like, there's actually like a whole speech that Marco Rubio made specifically about this issue, about how, well, after the Soviet Union collapsed, we were the top dog, and now China is growing, and he specifically labels China as like a greater threat because it's a market competitor, it's an economic competitor. And of course, you know, you look at stuff like BRICS, which Trump has like directly called out, talking about tariffs if BRICS nations de-dollarize. But like BRICS is just going to continue to grow, and like eventually they will step away from the dollar. Like that's just what's going to happen. And then we're going to try to put tariffs on people who don't even use American dollars. So it's like, what, like, yeah, man. Yeah. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? But this is just the end. And this is the environment that the U.S. has created because we tried to own the world, and now everybody hates us. At least China is coming along saying, hey, like with the Belt and Road Initiative, they talk about like predatory loans, like it's the IMF, right? Like China doesn't make any demands to like change their economic system. It's just like, hey, we're going to build up these roads, and you just have to pay back the principal. Like we're going to cancel any sort of interest debt. Like just pay back the principal. We're going to help develop your infrastructure so that you're productive, capacity can also increase. It's like when the US or like any other Western nation, when they build a bridge, it's like specifically for like this like neoliberal privatized economic system, versus China just building a bridge so that way the locals can use it and like actually like move and trade with the cities and like help like develop their internal economy, which is gonna make them. I mean, again, it's just like like I'm not saying that the Belt and Road Initiative isn't without its issues, and I'm not saying that the Chinese like ambitions, right? Obviously they're self-interested, and obviously they're doing what they want. They're doing what they're doing to gain greater power and control. It's a state, right? Like obviously that's what states do. They build wealth and power. But when you look at like what the United States is doing and the way it conducts itself on the world stage, economically speaking, it's always with this like threat of like, if you don't do what we want, we will coup your government or directly invade you and install our own government that's going to be sympathetic to our economic demands, versus China just saying, hey, we're just going to help you develop your infrastructure, and then that way we can all make money. Like that's the way I see it. And if you read anything about Chinese history, like that's basically what they've always just wanted to do, is to trade. Besides, like China, the reason why like Christopher Columbus discovered America was because he was looking for China and India, because they were the economic center of the world. And that's most likely what's going to end up happening again. Like this is just the trend of history, Anyway, I mean, they have like 2 billion people together. Like obviously they're going to, in the long run, develop economically and become true economic competitors compared to Europe and America, who were economically independent through colonialism. So China doesn't have to colonize the world, because the world already trades with them, versus Europe that has to go abroad and conquer land and ethnically cleanse the indigenous populations to loot the natural resources. Again, the global South understands what the West stands for. They know that. And so when China comes along, just saying, hey, let's just do business and trade, and that's really all there is to it. I'm not going to invade you and destroy your culture. Like, obviously they're going to pick China. Like, that's just, hello? Like, anyway, again, like when you say stuff like that, you're like, oh, you're a China apologist. Who's paying you? I'm like, I wish I get paid for this, but no, that's just the history. That's what's happening. Anyway, so that's my comments, at least, about Ukraine and like the shifts in geopolitical interests for the United States, and also the consequences of that with other proxy conflicts, you could say, specifically Taiwan here. Again, we're still very early on to the second administration, so we don't know what Trump is going to do in the long run. I'm not going to be like one of these alarmists saying that China's going to invade Taiwan tomorrow. I mean, hey, this could be my Hassan moment where it's like, oh, it's not going to happen, and then it happens. But even then, like, because like people still clown on Hassan Piker for like saying that like Russia wasn't going to invade Ukraine, but like he's not like he's a political commentator, but he's not like some military expert. Like, okay. Plus, like it seemed very unlikely. It was a stupid decision to invade, so it's like the fact that it actually happened. Like, yeah, it blew up a lot of people's expectations. Like, whoa. It's like, yeah, don't invade Ukraine because Russia's military is not ready for that. And then obviously they had that embarrassing opening. But yeah, now in the long term, we're seeing just Ukraine being ground down because Russia is willing to take those losses, and they're willing to, they got more to, again, they got spare people. They got, I'm not an expert on their like industrial capacity, but like there's a reason why they have this like basically just like one little front. I shouldn't say little, it's a big front, but they have this one committed front in the eastern Ukraine region, and then you see all along their borders really no military action because they have to like conserve their losses. Of course, there is that little pocket that Ukraine made in Kursk, which is, again, that's slowly being closed up. They don't talk about it anymore, but yeah, they can't hold it. They're just going to be slowly pushed out. like it's a bigger loss for Ukraine to commit to holding that little pocket of Kursk versus Russia just like, yeah, anyway, that I'm getting ahead of myself because, of course, there's a lot of people who do follow this like 24/7. So, like, I could certainly get blown up for this. But, like, still, it's just they can only, like, really focus on these little victories. That's why, like, when you see a lot of Ukrainian nationalists and NATO fellas, like, they'll post a video of, like, some, like, Russian conscript getting blown up by a drone. And then they have, like, this little, like, that techno, like, music just, like, it's just like, God, like, this is so gross, because those are people. I don't know. I just don't like it. It's just like, even when I talk about, say, like, the Israel-Hamas war, as much as I hate Israel, there's still a part of me that's like, fuck, like, yeah, you went to Gaza thinking you were on top of the world, and then now you're getting sniped, and then your life is ruined, or, like, you get your leg blown off, so it's like, there's still, like, this, like, pity that I feel, but obviously they're the bad guys, so it's like, yeah, like, what did you think was going to happen? Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. But, like, with, like, NATO, like Ukraine, like, people online, when they post images of, like, dead Russian soldiers, it's like they get satisfaction, which is like, like, it's gross. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, war is terrible, man. Like, people are dying for real, and it's just a game for them, Anyway. So that's, at least what I want to talk about with Ukraine, especially considering today is the anniversary of the invasion. And who knows what's going to unfold throughout the years. But yeah, it's like you got tricked, you got sold a bridge. And then now, of course, you got this mob boss as president wanting a return. Because he's all about, like, what am I? He's like, yeah, it's like quid pro quo. Like, it's just, what do I get? So yeah. So anyway. Yeah, that's literally who Trump is. He is a quid pro quo. That's his whole thing. Except it's quid pro quo, but it's like he is the one who benefits. So, like, yeah. Anyway, who cares? So now I wanted to talk, because I talked about Ukraine. Now I did want to talk about developments with Israel. As we all know, in this program, we love Israel. Am Israel high, right? No, I'm sorry. They are making significant moves, and there's, of course, the ceasefire agreements and the release of hostages that they've been having, and that's something to, like, just that's just like a whole other thing to unpack, seeing, like, these hostages being released, Israeli hostages who, like, Israel was saying, they're like, oh my God, they're being tortured and killed, and then they're just coming out and they're, like, smiling and waving, and, like, literally the other day, like, one of the hostages kissed the forehead of, like, the Hamas captors. He kissed two of them. And I'm just like, it's like, you don't do stuff like that. Like, nobody's forcing you. Like, oh, but what are they gonna do? They have a gun to their head. It's like, really? That's what Hamas said. It's like, you're gonna stand on this stage, and then you give me a kiss, a little kiss on the cheek, and then yeah, if you don't, we'll kill you. Like, that's, yeah, of course Hamas said that. Oh man. But again, that's just like the superiority complex that, like, these Israeli fascists have, where it's like, it's all about this image of superiority. So the fact that, like, they're being humanized in essence, because, like, oh, look at that, like, the Israelis being treated fairly well given the circumstances as, captives in a war zone. It's like, no, like, I wanted them to be, like, starved and emaciated, and I wanted them to be beaten up and bruised, and because, like, that's what Israelis do to Palestinians. That's where you see, like, that's why they were so quick on October 7th to make these horrible, outlandish stories about the Hamas invasion. Not that there wasn't real acts of violence, but it's like they created, like, they should have just stuck with the facts. That's what I'm saying. They should have just stuck with the facts, but instead they said 40 beheaded babies. Oh, pregnant women opened up. Like, they made the most outlandish, most graphic imagery possible, because that's what they want to do to Palestinians. So it's just, crazy, man. And then, of course, now we're seeing, like, they recently, like, they had, like, the bodies of, like, the captors, like, Hamas made, like, the exchange, and they had, like, an actual procession for it. And of course the Israelis are saying, oh, this is such a humiliating display. It's like, yeah, because Hamas actually demonstrates respect to the dead, which Israelis clearly do not. So yeah, man, like, there's this image that came out of, like, these body bags that Israel dumped. Like, yeah, it's just like garbage to them. Literally, like they view Palestinians, dead Palestinians, as garbage. Just filth to be thrown aside, tossed aside here. Not even like, again, it's crazy. And still now, like, Israel is going to just be defended. Like, still, I had like a big argument with certain relatives because I just finally just came up straight up about it. I'm just like, hey, like, where's your position on this? So here's what happened. Not to like interpersonal drama, but I'm just going to tell you what happened. So they were posting about ICE and like the immigration raids that were happening. And so I just made a little comment and I said, hey, this is fine and all due respect. Where, you're talking about how no human being is illegal, right? And immigrants, stuff like that. Okay, great. But where was this sort of social justice like activism when it came to Israel and Palestine? Because I mean, like, these are essentially like the same issues, right? And of course then it became a whole thing because like we have certain relatives who do support Israel and who are Jewish. And again, like I keep saying all the time, this is not an attack against their religion. I'm not anti-Semitic, but like they support a genocide. And of course now I'm the bad guy because like I'm actually like calling this to attention, right? Because like and that's the thing, it's like I have to have these tough conversations. I have to press them on this issue, because if I don't press you on this issue, then you're just going to keep living your life thinking that you're on the right side, and you're not going to actually face this like moral hypocrisy of like, oh, I'm part of the resistance against Trump, and no human being is illegal, but then like just quietly never talk about Gaza and Palestine. And of course, I didn't bring up anything to them. I specifically waited until after the election so we could actually like experience the consequences. And I told them directly, like, yeah, well, I mean, you're acting like it's not an important issue. And yet the whole reason why Kamala Harris lost was because of Gaza. But of course, they don't want to acknowledge that. And of course, they're taking the typical liberal route of like, oh, you ruined things for us because you were hung up on one issue. And it's a fucking Holocaust. Like, yeah, I'm not voting for a candidate who started a Holocaust. And now look what's happening. Now they're going to start making operations in the West Bank and ethnically cleanse the West Bank. But of course, no, because you let Trump take office, and now Gaza's really going to get ethnically cleansed. Like again, like there's possibly now they're saying up to like 500,000 dead in Gaza, because Trump now is saying like, oh, there's about 1.5, 1.7 people in Gaza. Like, so he's sort of like inadvertently like giving us like a ballpark estimate of like how many have fled or died in Gaza. And then of course, like that was all the work of Biden and Kamala Harris. Like, and I'm supposed to vote for that because you want abortion? I'm sorry, man. Again, they try to make it seem as though we don't care as leftists. We don't care about these reproductive health issues, but it's like we do, but because you don't have that class consciousness and like that internationalist anti-colonial consciousness, to you, when you see stuff like Gaza, it's like it's an acceptable loss because you're more interested about your own personal rights. Like, you're like, again, if you're willing to let Palestinians get thrown under the bus, then you're willing to let any other minority group get thrown under the bus. So anyway, that's just like what I want to say. But here's some articles, at least about the West Bank operations that are unfolding. And for the first time, actually, they have tanks moving in. So there's real potential for, they're saying like a new Nakba, which like Israelis constantly threaten, oh, we're going to do the Nakba again. Even though they say that the Nakba never happened, but also we're going to do it again. And then again, this is the state that like we have to like, oh, we just got to agree to disagree. Hey, I choose peace and I respect the religious beliefs when it comes to people who support Israel. And this is what Israel's doing. And I'm the bad guy for calling it out, But again, I don't want to get too deep into my personal issues and like my personal relationship drama. But it's just crazy to see like what people are willing to tolerate and who they're willing to break bread with versus standing against that and the consequences, because it takes real bravery to call out what's happening. Like, this is actually like it takes real moral conviction to do this. And like, I wouldn't be saying these things. I wouldn't be risking like my personal relationships with my literal family if I didn't believe that this was the most consequential moral like crisis of our times. And like, if you're willing to brush that aside, that says a lot about your moral failings. And like, and I'm bringing this up to you because I love you, and I don't want you to fall down a dark pit of just apathy, right, to the human suffering that is occurring. But again, some people are going to choose what they want to choose. And for them, it's better to maintain a relationship with people who support a genocide because, they got money and they got this white picket suburban lifestyle. So they're clearly more respectable than me, some broke loser, right? So anyway, man, it's just fascinating to see the priorities that people have when the chips are down. They want to have this thin veneer of like enlightenment because of this like identity politics, progressive identity politics. But then when the chips are down, they have no class consciousness. They have no consciousness, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist consciousness, because they directly benefit from imperialism and capitalism, because that's what their material interests are. And again, as we've talked about with leftists, your material circumstances, your material interests directly influence your sort of consciousness and your political perspective. Anyway, so now I'm going to actually start focusing. This is an NBC article about the West Bank and the current operations that are unfolding and possible concerns of possibly a new Nakba, new Intifada. I mean, it could get ugly because there's about like 3 million Palestinians in the West Bank. And then, of course, you have to consider the settlements that are already like sort of pocketed in there, like little islands. So it's like it could get bad because like these Israeli settlers are fucking psychotic. Like they're just gross people. Like, I'm sorry. Like I don't like know what else to say. There's so many videos you see of an Israeli settler, and it's like they clearly haven't showered and they don't brush their teeth. Like they're fucking gross people. Like, I'm sorry. Like, God. Like how do you do that? Like, how do you fucking sign up for that? It's like being like a homesteader in the Wild West, and then like just living in like the Badlands of like Arizona, or like some like far off place that's like clearly Indian country, like Apache Indian country, but like you're there because you're a believer, So anyway, and so here, reading the NBC article concerning Israel's operations, Israeli tanks moved into the occupied West Bank on Sunday for the first time in decades in what Palestinian authorities called a, quote, dangerous escalation, end quote, after the defense minister said troops will remain in parts of the territory for a year and tens of thousands of Palestinians who have fled cannot return. Yeah, so we're going to occupy for a year, and then it's going to be like an indefinite period. Like, it's a land grab. That's what they're doing. It's just crazy, man. And again, we got to agree to disagree with people who support this. So the Associated Press journalists saw several tanks move along unpaved tracks into Jenin, along a bastion of armed struggle against Israel. Again, just to clarify here too, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. Okay, this is just these are just militias organized in the defense of their communities because that's where they live. Again, and of course there's talk about the Palestinian Authority, and it's funny actually, like Trump like just cut funding for the Palestinian Authority, so it's just like, because like they're obviously like a puppet government, which is like crazy because they were formed by Yasser Arafat, but yeah, it's a puppet government under control of Israel, and even then, like that, yeah. So it's just the Palestinian Authority have been making their own operations, against like so-called terrorists in the West Bank, but again, there's no Hamas, so of course they're going to try to say there's Hamas, no Hamas. No participation from October 7th in the West Bank, and they're still moving in. So it just goes to show, this is supposed to be the two-state solution here, and you're seeing it play out, where Israel's just very clearly just going to continue operations and ethnically cleanse the land, and yeah. And then, of course, resettle, these Zionist extremists. So Israel is deepening its crackdown on the Palestinian territory and has said it's determined to stamp out militancy amid a rise in attacks. It launched the offensive in the northern West Bank on January 21st 2 days after the current ceasefire in Gaza took hold and expanded it to nearby areas. So, I mean, this is just Netanyahu just like creating a military crisis because he has to, it's a power grab. He needs to maintain power, and he has to constantly create these emergencies and this crisis of like, no, I can't relinquish power because the security of Israel, that's just all he's going to do. Unbelievable. So here, Palestinians viewed the deadly raids as part of an effort to cement Israeli control over the territory where 3 million Palestinians live under military rule. Israeli Prime Minister Israel Katz said he and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered the military to, quote, increase the intensity of the activity to thwart terrorism in all refugee camps in the West Bank. Quote, we will not allow the return of residents and we will not allow terrorism to return and grow, end quote, he said. So, I mean, again, this is just straight up ethnic cleansing. It's another Nakba. So earlier, Katz said he had instructed the military to prepare for, quote, an extended stay in some of the West Bank's urban refugee camps, from which about 40,000 Palestinians have fled, leaving them emptied of residents. Again, 40,000 Palestinians had to pick up and leave everything behind. And these are refugee camps. So they were like, these are cities, but they're refugee camps because like that's where they were displaced from the Nakba. That's where they settled, and then they just stay there. And then now they're getting displaced again. Unbelievable. So the camps are home to descendants of Palestinians who fled during wars with Israel decades ago. Again, this is an NBC article, so they can't properly contextualize what is happening here. But what happened is that in 1948, there was the so-called Israeli War of Independence, which led to Zionist militias ethnically cleansing Palestinian lands and villages. And so that's what's happening here. But they can't say that. And you're not gonna see anything here about the Nakba. They're not gonna say that explicitly. And just, yeah. Anyway, so it was not clear how long Palestinians would be prevented from returning. Again, it's like unbelievable. I just, God, like the American mainstream. This is why I never entered like mainstream journalism. Shit like this, okay? Not that I would have had a chance, but still, like that's why I want to do my independent journalism, which is, not a guarantee, but it's far more honorable than obfuscating this history here that's unfolding. Katz said Israeli troops would stay, quote, for the coming year. Netanyahu said they would stay as long as needed, end quote. Again, it's the Nakba. Like, that's just say Nakba. Tanks were last deployed in the West Bank in 2002 when Israel fought a deadly Palestinian uprising. The Palestinian Foreign Ministry called the Israeli moves, quote, a dangerous escalation of the situation in the West Bank, and urged the international community to intervene in what it termed Israel's illegal aggression, end quote. Again, that's the Palestinian Authority, which is supposed to be a puppet government, and it's like, hey man, it's like if this is supposed to be like the sovereign national government of Palestine, they should be allowed to defend themselves from, this aggression, but they can't because it's a puppet government. And again, that's your two-state solution. You want a two-state solution, but the Palestinian state is completely demilitarized and like completely subservient to Israeli interests. That's what they want. So yeah, let me just finish up. So quote, even if they stay, we will return to the camp at the end, said Mohammed Al-Sadi, one of those displaced from Jenin. Quote, this camp is ours. We have no other place to go, end quote. Again, you got ethnically cleansed from the camp of the prior ethnic cleansing. But Israel has a right to defend themselves. Israel has a right to defend themselves. You have to respect. I choose peace. I choose to respect their religious beliefs. You can't say anything crazy. And this is just what you have to deal with in real life. Unbelievable. Oh my God. I just know there's bigger fights that are coming down the line and arguments. Because it's like you're getting mad at me. I'm told that I'm such a radical and extremist for my views, talking about like healthcare for the working class and better living standards. But, they support a genocide, and we just have to agree to disagree and respect their beliefs. And actually, you're an anti-Semite, truly. Unbelievable. I'm just like, again, like, I don't want to dive too deep into personal drama and issues that I'm dealing with, but like, it's just crazy to actually, like, I feel like I'm living in like like the Twilight Zone. It's just like everybody that I grew up around is just turning into a Nazi. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? And like, thank goodness we're not white, but holy shit. Imagine if we were white. Oh my God, it would be so much more worse. Holy shit. And it's like everything that's happening that I've been talking about for years is now happening. And then they still want to get mad at me because it's like, well, you leftists, you don't, you caused this mess, actually, not the liberals, not the Democrats who, supported a genocide and jeopardized this election again, like they did with 2016. Again, no insight, no foresight, and they're not making any adjustments whatsoever. And of course, they're already talking about 2028, and it's just going to be the same fucking mess. And I'm not voting for the Democrats anymore. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. And of course, it's just going to get worse and worse, and the polarization is going to get worse. And of course, what's going to happen, of course, is that liberals, because of their just complete disdain for the left, when the fascists eventually do start purging the left, the liberals are going to stand by or actively participate. That's just what's going to happen. So again, that's the thing about liberal fascism, because they think that, oh no, I'm a liberal first. It's like, no, you're a fascist. Like, that's what you are. Just because you tolerate gay people and racial diversity, that doesn't change anything. You're still a fascist. You're still an imperialist. Yeah, man. And that's why they have to be called out. So it's like, again, they're going to post about immigrant rights and such. But then, on the issue of Palestine, I don't get into politics, or I don't know, again. Or, they might talk about Palestine now because Trump is in charge. But when Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were in charge, it's, well, you see, they said that they're concerned, but it doesn't matter. They're still sending the weapons. It's like, oh, we're aware of the suffering of the Palestinians, and we're also going to give them every single bomb and every single piece of equipment. In fact, we're going to, over invest and over support the aid. Yeah, man. Anyway, so that's just the West Bank and the operations that Israel are conducting, and who knows what could evolve from that, because it could get messy. But here, just wanted to shift attention away to these other events that have occurred. So, of course, with the ceasefire and this sort of lull in fighting, groups like Hamas, they're able to do the prisoner exchange, and there's already some reports of Gaza starting to rebuild and actually power being restored to some places. But then you see in places like Lebanon, where they still have a ceasefire also. Of course, Israel is still occupying areas of southern Lebanon, but hey, that's what they're going to do. They're also occupying Syria. They had the recent funeral for the General Secretary Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed in that bombing. Israel dropped 80 bunker busters and just leveled entire city blocks, killed hundreds of people. But of course, they're human shields, so they're okay to be, slaughtered. It's okay, hey, they're human shields. So, yeah. Anyway, man, it's just crazy. But, yeah, they had the funeral in Beirut, and it was a whole rally. And hundreds of thousands of people showed up to support Hassan Nasrallah. And, of course, it just goes to show how, this basically, Hezbollah is the Lebanese government. And Hassan Nasrallah is basically the head of state for Lebanon. When you see this sort of show of support, yeah, man, it's unbelievable. The scenes that we're seeing, and there were even priests and bishops that were there, because that's what Hezbollah is starting to represent, the national defense of Lebanon for all groups. Because I'm sure Hezbollah is reactionary and they have their own issues. Israel isn't any better. At least Hezbollah defends Lebanon from Israel, versus the actual Lebanese army that's just they just stand around. Crazy, man. Crazy. Anyway, so here, just reading from Reuters just about this funeral they had in Beirut, and the just huge crowds that were in attendance. And certain heads of states even showed up. So yeah, we'll see here. So hundreds of thousands of people bid farewell to Hezbollah slain leader Hassan Nasrallah at a mass funeral in Beirut on Sunday, nearly 5 months after he was killed in an Israeli airstrike in a stunning blow to the Iranian-backed group. Carrying pictures of Nasrallah and Hezbollah flags, supporters from Lebanon and other countries in the region filled the 55,000-seat Kamil Shamoun Sports City Stadium in the Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut. After a ceremony, they joined a funerary procession outside of the stadium before burying Nasrallah nearby. A Lebanese security source estimated the crowd at about 1 million people. Again, 1 million people showed up for this guy, man. That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, no, Hezbollah just like rounded up everybody to say, you have to show or we're going to... Yeah, of course, that's what happened. The killing of Nasrallah, who led the Shiite Muslim group through decades of conflict with Israel and oversaw its transformation into a military force with regional sway, was one of the opening salvos in an Israeli escalation that badly weakened Hezbollah. But the group's current leader, Naim Qassem, whose address to mourners was broadcast on screens from an undisclosed location, said Hezbollah remains strong. Quote, "We will not submit and we will not accept the continuation of our killing and occupation while we watch," end quote, Qassem said. Though Israel's military has largely withdrawn from southern Lebanon, its air force is still striking what it says are Hezbollah positions across Lebanon, and troops still hold 5 hilltop positions along the border. Israeli troops also detain Lebanese civilians and Hezbollah fighters in South Lebanon and have the bodies of slain Hezbollah fighters in their custody. Qassem said Hezbollah would exert pressure to get them returned home. He said Hezbollah considered Israel's 5 positions in occupation and was relying on the Lebanese government to secure full withdrawal through diplomacy. Quote, "We choose to fire when we see fit and are patient when we see fit," he said. Israeli warplanes struck in Lebanon's south and east on Sunday and flew low over Beirut twice during the funeral, prompting shouts of "death to Israel." Israel's defense minister Israel Katz said on X that the planes, quote, above Hassan Nasrallah's funeral are conveying a clear message. Whoever threatens to destroy Israel and attacks Israel, that will be the end of him. You will specialize in funerals and we will specialize in victories, end quote. Again, it's just so... Again, it's a Reddit country, so it's like they have to like do these like little show. Oh, we're gonna fly over the funeral. But that's just galvanizing the population, and like it makes them more badass. Like, you know how fucking powerful you have to be for your enemy to fly jets over your funeral to try to intimidate your population? Like, that just makes him even stronger. Like, he's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's like, I only get stronger in death. Like, oh my god, dude. Again, I don't care what people tell me about him. Like, he shows more bravery for like compared to all the other heads of states and politicians. Like, he actually put down his fucking life for what he believed in and for the people of Gaza, that they wouldn't abandon them. Like, that's respect. And it's like Israel is like, oh, we killed him, we got him, and it's like you just made him into a martyr, and he's going to be remembered forever. And look what they had to do to get him. They had to like bomb out an entire city block and kill like hundreds of people. It's ridiculous, man. Again, it's just like, but that's sort of like what Israel wants. They want this constant aggression to cry like a child, like, oh, like I pulled the dog's tail too many times and now it bit me. Like, that's just all it is. That's what they want. They want that constant cycle of violence. But again, it's just going to turn the region against them. And of course, like, this new Syrian government that's trying to align themselves democratically towards the West and trying to, just ease hostilities with Israel. Like, even now, still Israel's just straight up just taking more territory and like occupying like the areas around Damascus, occupying the Mount Hebron, they're calling it. It's just, again, there's no negotiating with Israel. You can't negotiate with Israel. They're going to take what they want. And of course, Hezbollah understands that. Hassan Nasrallah understood that. Yeah, man, it's just crazy. Like, you have to resist. Hezbollah exists because of Israel's occupation in the southern Lebanon during the 80s and into 2000. And now they reestablished those bases, but it's just going to end up the same way. And like, they can't commit to permanent occupation. It's just ridiculous, man. Like, there's certain setbacks, of course, with the collapse of this Assad regime, but like, really think about it, like Hezbollah like already like gained like their capacity really before Assad like allowed them to like transport and intervene in the civil war. So it's like they were already building strength, and they're going to continue to build strength even without Assad, because what's going to happen is like the population of Lebanon is going to be galvanized by the defense and resistance of Hezbollah against Israel, because like Israel's bombing you, and like, you know, they did the whole pager attack, which they still joke about, but it's like that's what they think of just Lebanese people, not just Hezbollah, of just like, again, they make threats. They made the threat against Mehdi Hassan, who's Indian, right? But like there was like that whole CNN interview where like, or a roundtable, I should say. And again, that's just like a general threat that like Israeli supporters make, because it's just a joke to them. Like, oh, let me give you a pager. So fucking stupid, man. So crazy. That's all Israel can do. They can just kill women and children, but in terms of like actual like military, you know, confrontation and like actual like operations, like they couldn't handle it. That's why they had to negotiate a ceasefire, because it was too hot for them. It was too hot for them in Gaza, too hot for them in Lebanon, and that's why they had to negotiate, because they need a break. And you know, they're never going to fully mobilize. It's crazy. And to actually consider like, you know, if Trump sends troops and boots on the ground, that just shows that like Israel's position is, of course, falling apart. Like that the U.S. has to directly send troops in, which is like, you know, sort of like the Vietnam, I call it Vietnam syndrome. You know, the declining military vassal state that can't support itself militarily and needs further investment from the U.S., which only just further cements that decline. Anyway, so let me finish this article. So Israel's military published a video of what it described as footage of Nasrallah's killing, quote, in several simultaneous raids, black and white footage, which appeared to be shot from a military plane and showed buildings hit by a dozen blasts in quick succession. Again, it's just like, it's a red country. It's just like, yeah, it's a fucking, God, they're so fucking silly and corny. So here's the next article, clinging on. Among those at the funeral were Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araki, an Iraqi delegation including Shiite politicians and militia commanders, and a delegation from Yemen's Houthis. The mass funeral is aimed at showing strength after Hezbollah emerged battered from late years war with Israel, which killed most of its leadership and thousands of fighters and wreaked destruction in southern Lebanon. Its weakened stature has been a reflection in Lebanon's post-war politics, with the group unable to impose its will in the formation of a new government and language legitimizing its arsenal omitted from the new cabinet's policy statement. The impact on Hezbollah has compounded by the ousting of its ally Bashar al-Assad in Syria, severing a key supply route. Quote, "We may have lost a great deal as a man, but we have not lost the value of the resistance because the resistance is clinging on," end quote, said Hassan Nasreddin, a Lebanese man headed to the ceremony. Earlier, Araki and other Armenian officials met Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun, who was invited but did not attend the funeral. According to Aoun's office, he told the Iranian delegation that Lebanon was, quote, tired of the war of others, end quote, and it had, quote, paid a heavy price for the Palestinian cause. The conflict spiraled after Hezbollah joined hostilities to support Hamas at the start of the Gaza war in October 2023. The funeral was also being held for Hashem Safaeddin, who led Hezbollah for a week after Nasrallah's death. He was killed in an Israeli strike before he had been publicly announced as Nasrallah's successor. After his death, Nasrallah was buried temporarily next to his son Hadi, who died fighting for Hezbollah in 1997. His official funeral was delayed to allow time for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from South Lebanon under U.S.-backed ceasefire, which ended last year's war. And so that's at least just the funeral there. But again, you can see, just the effect that this figure had. And I do believe, because again, it's just fascinating. Like, I didn't hear about him before the October 7th conflict, but now I sort of just want to like know all I can about him and just like his life story, because he's probably going to stand up there with like some of the the great like anti-colonial like figures in history. And he, if you listen to some of his interviews, he does like frame himself as like an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist fighter. He recognized that. He speaks at length about how this conflict is not like, oh, Israel being like in charge of the world. Like, he recognized that this was ultimately resistance against American imperialism. So like, again, it's just fascinating to like read like his positions, and like, again, like I'm putting myself on a watch list trying to like, speak on this guy. But it's just fascinating, like genuinely, like to find a figure like this, and the short amount of time that I could like read up about him while he was alive, and then to see how he was killed, it's like, wow, like, it's just, yeah, he was truly like a titan, if you could think about it. Like the fact that Israel went to such great lengths to silence him, right? And still continuing to try to silence him and try to like humiliate him, because that's really the only way that they can like treat their enemies. Same thing with Yahya Sinwar. When he died, they posted the video of his death, thinking, oh, look how weak and feeble he is. And it's like, no, like, this is a guy fighting to the end. Like, you'll never see Netanyahu doing stuff like that, okay? Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, or any other of these Zionist freaks, like, you're never going to see them lay down their lives for this, okay? When the chips are down, Israel starts really falling apart, they're going to jump ship. That's what they're going to do. Yeah. So, it's just, they're fucking cowards. And this is, of course, how cowards behave when they, have that sense of power and superiority. They try to humiliate their enemy, but that just makes them stronger. Because, name any other figure in history who was willing to take those risks and lay down their lives for what they believed in, and having that solidarity with easily just like some of the most like horrific conditions you can imagine. Like the people of Gaza have been effectively abandoned by the world. And so, of course, I'm going to have to pay my respects to the Houthis and Hezbollah for what they are trying to do to stand up to this genocide. Like, I'm sorry, like, I don't care. Like, a genocide is bad. I'm not saying that they're perfect people. Like, no, like, they're not. But in the grand scheme of things, it's like they are resisting the most egregious atrocities of our time. And what other conclusion am I to have that, okay, they're more preferable compared to Israel that is, committing these actions, and like just like in complete defiance of the world. It's like juvenile, like sort of like defiance. Again, it's just like they're children. They're like children. When you see like the UN secretary, standing there, and like he's like in a gold star, like, oh, like this is the Holocaust. This is Kristallnacht. Like, it's just, oh my God, these people are fucking monsters. And then to see other like regular Zionists throughout your life, where if you even for one moment press them on the issue about their support for Israel, they're the victim. It's just ridiculous. But I'm not, again, history will vindicate those who recognize that this resistance to the Israeli aggression had to happen, and that ultimately Israel will fail. Like, Israel will fail. This is not going to pan out the way that they want. They're of course going to try to kill as many people as they can, as many women and children as they can, because that's all they can do. That's all their military is. They're just fucking thugs and murderers and rapists. But that's all they're going to be remembered as. Same thing with Rhodesia or South Africa. Same way as the Nazis. So, speaking of Nazis, I wanted to speak, actually, I'm sorry. I actually wanted to speak now, to step away from all this like military affairs to more like electoral results, considering Germany's elections and just what that bodes for European politics. And I say Nazis because like the AfD had some significant gains, although they didn't necessarily win. But it's just, there's certain takeaways to make from this, because like they've been growing. There's also concerns about Elon Musk meddling, like, because he openly supports the AfD. It's like, oh, I believe Germany should be for Germans. Yes, this woke ideology, just like, it's just straight up. Again, surprisingly, the guy who made like a straight up Nazi salute at the inauguration supports a right wing, far right military, far right political party in Germany. Crazy. And it's actually funny. There was a picture that was shown because he made this like video conference call in the middle of a rally, and then like again, it's just a fun thing about photography where it's like you're not sure if things are intentional or not, but like there's just like a snapshot where somebody was like throwing up like a flyer or just like I don't know, just like throwing up this like this object, and like the shadow of it or the silhouette like just like going right below Elon Musk's nose, so it looks like a Hitler stash. And it's just like, oh man, like, you know, like just sometimes life just sends you signals that like really makes you think like, is there a higher power like trying to tell us something? Like, it's just too on the nose. Again, that's the one thing I'll say about the Trump administration. There's no subtlety anymore. There's just no subtlety. You don't have to read into it. When you see these like Trump, like MAGA people, like Elon Musk or Steve Bannon making the so-called Roman salute, which nobody had called it before that, they're just like, they're poking fun at you. They're laughing in your face like, ha, I can actually do a Nazi salute and get away with it now. And like, that's where we're at now. But no, you can't. Oh no, we gotta respect people's beliefs and you just gotta agree to disagree. Crazy, man. Unbelievable. I mean, look, man, if you're one election away from a Nazi takeover, you've already lost. So, sorry. I hate to break the news. Anyway, so I wanted to read here about Germany's election results. And, you know, this delves into more EU politics, which I don't really focus on too much. Again, I'm not too familiar about it. But, of course, Germany is like the main political center of the EU, Germany and France. And France had their own election results, and there was like the Mélenchon party, the leftist parties were making gains, and then of course Macron is like denying the sort of government coalition there, like he's sort of trying to obstruct it. So France has their own issues here, and here we can talk about Germany. So here's the AP, Associated Press, and the takeaways of the election results in Germany. So let's read here. Germany faces its second change of leader in fewer than 4 years after the head of the center-right opposition, Friedrich Merz, won Sunday's election, which saw a surge for a far-right party and a stinging defeat for outgoing Chancellor Olaf Scholz. After the collapse of Scholz's three-party government in November, it's now up to Merz to restore stability to the European Union's most populous country and traditional political heavyweight, which also has the continent's biggest economy. Merz faces a difficult task, but it could have been worse. Merz has one realistic option to form a government: a coalition of Scholz's Social Democrats. His Union bloc and its center-left rival have a combined 328 seats in the 630-seat parliament. He says he hopes to do the deal by Easter. That's a challenging time frame. The possible partners will have to reconcile contrasting proposals for revitalizing the economy, which has shrunk for the past 2 years, and for curbing irregular migration, an issue that Merz pushed hard during the campaign. That will likely require diplomacy and a readiness to compromise that often weren't evident in recent weeks. It's still a much easier task than it might have been. For hours on Sunday night, it looked likely that Merz would need to add a second center-left partner, the environmentalist Greens, to put together a parliamentary majority. Germany's traditional heavyweights erode further. The Union and Social Democrats were post-World War II Germany's heavyweights, but their support has been eroding for at least 2 decades as the political landscape has become more fragmented. Their combined showing Sunday was their weakest since the post-war Federal Republic was founded in 1949. So I'm just going to read here the results here. So here, and I'm just going to read the acronyms. I don't really know the full details of their parties. So here, the CDU and the CSU winning the majority. So 28.6%. And then the AFD coming in second at 20.8%. And then the SPD government, or the party. Again, I don't know anything about the German political system or the parties. I just know the AFD is bad news. But the SPD, the leftist faction, 16%. 16.4%. So they're actually down by 9.3 points. The AFD is up by 10.4. So again, that's concerning. The Greens here, 11.6. And the Left Party, 8.8. And then other parties, 13.9. So yeah, that's just like the general breakdown. And of course, I'm going to read now because I was reading the percentages. So here's the actual like seats that were taken, the Bundestag seats. So 208 to the CDU, CSU, AFD 152, the SPD 120, Greens 85, Left Party 64, and then the other parties 1 seat. So the Social Democrats, I'm guessing that's the CDU maybe. So the Social Democrats had their worst post-war showing with just 16.4. Okay, so Social Democrats, SPD. Okay. With 16.4 of the vote. The Union had its second worst with 28.5. This is only the second time that the winning party polled less than 30%. The first was in 2021. Or maybe I'm reading this wrong. Okay, so the Social Democrats are SPD. So the Left Party is like the actual leftist political faction. Like Marxist faction. Okay. And they're up by 3.9. Which is probably why they were saying, because I was following some of their posts and they were like congratulating, and thanking voters for the gains, even though they had 8%. But they're up. That shows that there is a growth in that leftist faction. Okay. So again, like I said, I don't know anything about this, but I just understand that this is a general right-wing shift happening in EU politics. And of course, Germany. Everybody's sort of like sweating and looking at Germany like, what's going on here? Because now you actually have the economic strength compared to the first two world wars. So yeah. So the Social Democrats had their worst post-war showing, which is 16.4 of the vote. The Union had its second worst with 20. Oh, I just read that. So the geographical divide. And then this delves deeper into like the geographical divisions and like outlook. And of course you can see a direct reflection of like the consequences of the unification from the Soviet collapse. Just crazy. Again, like this is what you get, you wanted to defeat the Soviet Union, and now we're possibly having the Fourth Reich growing. So here, the far right anti-immigration alternative for Germany, or AfD, emerged as the strongest party across the country's formerly communist and less prosperous East, that cemented its primacy in a region that has long been its stronghold and where it won its first state election last year. Other parties were stronger in only a few eastern constituencies outside Berlin. In West Germany, which accounts for most of the country's population, AfD trailed Merz's Union, and sometimes other parties too, but still polled strongly on its way to 28.8% of the nationwide vote, the highest post-war score for a far-right party. Yeah. Oh boy. It's crazy, dude. And of course, because Nazism is like outlawed, they have to make it, like I bet you like there's like monarchists in this movement, right? And sometimes they straight up use like a monarchist like Prussian symbology. Actually, there was literally like a coup attempt not too long ago. Like they had to arrest some people. Like they were gonna like install like this like prince who had like a claim. It's so funny. But yeah, let's look here. So yeah, the AfD. You can see here the formerly German Democratic Republic areas. Firmly like for AfD, SPD also. So like just generally like the areas, because Eastern Germany, the so-called like unification, as I understand, reunification is really just like the West absorbing it. And of course, these areas were eventually like deindustrialized, and there's a whole like discussion about the sort of decline that occurred in the Eastern German areas, formerly like, communist regime areas. Yeah, man. But again, it just shows that like that sort of material economic alienation, like, in terms of living standards, is going to lead to this radicalization. And of course, they're going to lead to more like reactionary sentiments. And now we're, possibly playing with like, fire, having like a new, far right government in the future taking over Germany. Right. And like Elon Musk just straight up just saying I mean, that's what he said at the rally. It's like, I don't think Germans should pay for the consequences or the bad decisions of their grandparents. Like, and I mean, like, he's saying that now, and then straight up it's just going to be like, no, that was good. They were defending their country, and like, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. It's so crazy, man. It's like, what more do you have to hear from this guy? I mean, like, he's just like crazy, like he's obviously a eugenicist, and he wants to like breed every woman that he goes around with, just spread his like DNA. So obvious eugenicist, fucking white nationalist, talking about, he's not saying explicitly white people, but like that's what is really behind, I would say, about like his anxieties of population decline. It's not that humanity will decline, it's white people will decline. That's what he really means, because those are the only real humans to him, and to other far-right lunatics. Anyway, I'm just getting ahead of myself. So let me finish this article. So young voters led a hard left revival. While AfD made the biggest gains, the left party made the most unexpected. The party appeared headed for electoral oblivion at the start of the campaign, but pulled off a resounding comeback to take 8.8% of the vote. The left party appealed to young voters with very liberal positions on social and migration issues and tax-the-rich policy, and backed up by a savvy social media campaign. It benefited from polarization during the campaign after a motion that MERS put to Parliament calling for many more immigrants to be turned back at the border passed thanks to votes from the AfD. MERS's conservatives have long refused to work with the left party, so there was no prospect of it putting him in the chancellery. So here's now they're talking about the consequences concerning Ukraine. So Ukraine can still expect German support. MERS has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine as it fends off Russia's invasion. He wrote on the social network X Monday that, quote, more than ever, we must put Ukraine in a position of strength, end quote. He added that, quote, for a fair peace, the country that is under attack must be part of the peace negotiations, end quote. Germany became Ukraine's second biggest weapon supplier after the United States under Scholz. MERS has at times criticized the outgoing government for doing too little, notably calling for Germany to supply Taurus long-range cruise missiles to Kiev. Scholz refused to do that. MERS, like Scholz, has been tight-lipped so far on whether Germany might contribute to a possible peacekeeping force, suggesting that the discussion is premature. I mean, they're saying peacekeeping force, but that's just World War III. Like, that's what. Yeah, let's put troops in Germany or in Ukraine, which is just obviously, there's going to be a confrontation. And it's just crazy. Yeah, let's start World War III for Ukraine. That's just, great. And then here's the final piece. So where Scholz went wrong. So Scholz pulled off a narrow come from behind victory in 2021 after presenting himself as the safest pair of hands available. But his government's agenda was quickly upended by the Ukraine war and the ensuing energy and inflation crises. His coalition became notorious over time for infighting and poor communication. Scholz has suggested recently that he maybe should have ended it sooner than he did. Scholz sought another unlikely comeback, but too many voters, even from his own party, had cooled on the unpopular chancellor. So, again, it's just fascinating with this sort of like European parliamentary systems. Like, you have these like government collapses, just like every occasional, like for years or so, just like a new government in control. It's a lot to follow. I mean. Yeah, and of course in places like the UK, France, and now Germany, there have been some changes and some, changing of the governments. It's just crazy, dude. Just crazy. And then what's going to happen, like, as this continues further, as the economy continues to, because I bet with these tariff wars that Trump is going to start now, That's really going to affect Europe. I mean, he even threatened to tariff Europe. I don't know why, but like it's just fucking ridiculous, man. It's like, why? Oh man, it's just so funny. I mean, it's terrible. Like, there's some real like geopolitical consequences unfolding from Trump's, just like crazy, like, oh, I'm gonna do tariffs, like just like the juvenile stuff. But again, that's just what I wanted to read there. And of course, I mean, speaking of European politics, I mean, today there was the press conference that Macron had with Trump, and it's just so funny because like Trump is of course speaking, and he's telling about how, oh well, you see, the United States, we support Ukraine and we send all this money, and then actually Macron has to correct him. It's just so fascinating. Like, at least it's a good thing that Macron can speak English, because then he can like actually like speak to Trump directly. Like, and of course Trump is a very he's a very agreeable person if you're to because Macron, like, he's the president of France and he is a charming guy, right? So like you would think that like Trump, like he would know how to approach Trump and try to like flatter him, and it probably doesn't take much to flatter Trump, and just to see like how he's going to navigate, because like there's certain comments that like that Macron has made about Trump where he's like very clearly not like subservient, but again, he kills him with kindness, and you can certainly tell with like these interactions, but also when he needs to, standing up and correcting him, and he can do so publicly. He's not going to do it through a translator, so his own, like Trump's own supporters can actually hear what he's saying. But again, it's also interesting to see what's going to unfold. So there was like talks about, because again, Trump wants to take Greenland for whatever reason, and like there were certain like reports about how France proposed possibly sending troops into Greenland if there's any potential aggression. So like, yeah, it's kind of crazy to consider like these sort of like personal dynamics between these heads of states, right? Where like Macron, obviously when he meets Trump, he's going to try to kill him with kindness and, try to like, talk with him. And of course, Trump, he's a very charming, like it's very easy to charm Trump, right? And like, I would imagine certainly with these interactions that like Trump like is going to be like jokingly like, talking with Macron, and Macron's like, oh, okay, yeah, trying to like indulge him. But then when he has to, stepping in to correct. So we'll see. I mean, I'm sure there's still a lot of people who hate France for, the early 2000s, right? Like not helping with Iraq and stuff. But yeah, we're probably going to see now a new wave of that anti-French sentiments, freedom fries stuff. Yeah. But anyway, but at least in terms of Ukraine, I would imagine that Trump has already started talking about, possibly taking over the mineral resources of Ukraine. But France obviously wants an end to that, and into the conflict. So whatever whatever they can do to like minimize the damage to Ukraine, they're probably going to try to like be like the middleman in essence with these negotiations. Because I mean, there was a talk for a time about like France sending troops into Ukraine. So like, yeah, who knows what that's going to mean for these negotiations moving forward. But anyway, so that is what I'll say so far about the international segment. I know I've spoken a lot, especially about Ukraine, given that today is the anniversary of the invasion. And just to see now, 3 years out, with Trump in office now, and like the hostility that's now taking hold against Ukraine and against Zelensky, and like just the shift in general, it's just funny. I mean, it's not funny for the people who live there, but it's like, yeah, this is obviously going to happen. And now it's about just straight up this mob. Again, he's a mob boss, basically. So now it's just like, what do I get in return? I'm going to take 50% of your rights. Like, that's what they want. That's just all it is. It's just, again, like I said, there's no subtlety now. So it's just more upfront, like, yeah, like, this is purely transactional. and we'll see what happens. But yeah, man, it's crazy. So that's, the international segment here. Now I will highlight on more climate and natural news. Mainly now, it's just specifically about pandemics, because with the confirmation of RFK Jr. Now there's like reports now of like measles like growing. Like there's a measles outbreak in Texas. Like, oh man, great times we're living in. Luckily, my insurance goes into effect next week, so I'll start taking my vaccinations because I just don't want to pay out of pocket. But yeah, man, it's just crazy just to see everything. Anyway, yeah. So probably gonna have to start wearing a mask again. I mean, I should have been wearing a mask because I work in a retirement home, but it's hard to like wear a mask and then also work in the kitchen and like have to like navigate, and then also like, anyway, that's just another discussion. So yeah, we'll highlight now this final segment of the show. And so here, in this final segment concerning natural events, climate news, and the growing risks of pandemics, I just wanted to touch up also on the consequences of these DOGE cuts that are happening. Of course, I don't want to spend my time talking about Trump and Elon Musk. I mean, I want to talk about them as little as possible, but they're doing just so much damage, and it's so incompetent and it's so stupid. It's just, everything's so stupid now, but we have to talk about it because it has real consequences here. It really weakens our ability to, prepare and respond to this growing crisis. That's like, I mean, it's already here. I mean, like there was whole suburbs in LA burning down. So it's like, it's here. Like, and they're going to do government efficiency costs towards the NOAA and NASA and all these other like important climate, environmental organizations, the EPA. There was talks about layoffs and such. So it's not looking good. But yeah, but there's also just like there's the Republicans and Elon Musk and Trump doing the damage that they're doing, and that's to be expected. It's still, however, like just sort of like jaw dropping to see the like sort of weak response that's coming from the Democrats. Whenever they make these proposals, and actually, as I'm recording today on the 27th of February, 26th, I mean, they just recently passed budget cuts for Medicaid and SNAP, and it's just a wrecking ball. That's all it is. The chainsaw of bureaucracy. Like that's just, oh my god, it's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so fucking bad. But I mean, I don't want to speak on budget, issues right now. I want to specifically talk on climate, agencies, the research that's going into this. Like they want to like like the National Weather Service, like all the notices and the data that we get on our phones for just the weather. They want to like, I guess, put it behind a paywall. I mean, it's just, I don't know what they're going to do. It's a mess. I mean, I know I should be a little more informed when I speak on this, especially on this podcast, but it's like there's just so much to unpack and to digest, and it's just like I've already like been in the past on like this rabbit hole of like, oh my god, and then it's just you sort of spiral out of that. But yeah, well, let's just see what happens, because I mean at this point, like, I already expect the worst. So when I read these like reports about these climate agencies and these research cuts, it's just like, yeah, this is where we're at. So yeah, so here from CBS News, reading about the Democrats and their response to the DOGE cuts that are happening, especially towards the NOAA and NASA as well. We'll just read here. So here, Democrats on Capitol Hill and sources familiar with the situation said the White House's Department of Government Agency, or DOGE, has been inside the offices of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The White House DOGE team is a cost-cutting initiative created by President Trump to find ways to trim federal spending. Billionaire Elon Musk is in charge of it, categorized as a, quote, special government employee, end quote. Actually, like, he just had like they had like a little conference or like sort of cabinet meeting, And then you see Elon Musk. God, he's so fucking stupid. He's such a fucking joke. Like, I don't think he I really, like I said earlier, I think Trump just keeps him around because it just kind of takes the heat off of him. Because, like, Trump, like, at least, yeah, Trump is, like, funny. You know, he's charismatic, and it's like, he's a shitty guy, but he's funny, you know? But, like, Elon Musk is such a fucking gross creep. And I think that's really why Trump keeps him around. So, yeah. Here, so let me continue. Yeah, and as I meant to say, so, you know, they call him here a special government employee. And at this cabinet meeting, he's, like, talking, and he's wearing like a cap. He's wearing the blazer, so he's like at least business casual, but then he's wearing a t-shirt under it saying tech support. He's like, oh, I'm tech support. So fucking dumb. Oh man. So here, former NOAA officials told CBS News that current employees have been told to expect a 50% reduction in staff and budget cuts of 30%. Like, it's like, this is fucking crazy. Like, dude, it's just crazy numbers they're throwing out there. Oh my God. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who represents the state where NOAA is headquartered, said his office is investigating DOGE's work on the NOAA, which includes such agencies as the National Weather Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service. Quote, hearing reports that Musk's cronies are targeting NOAA, infiltrating key systems, and locking out career employees, end quote. Van Hollen posted on X Tuesday, quote, NOAA is vital for weather forecasting, scientific research, and more. Their critical work saves lives. My team and I are looking into this, and we will not stand for it, end quote. Again, it's just so fascinating that, like, these Republicans do so much work to undermine, like, climate research, weather research, when it's so vital towards things like agriculture. You know, like, farmers need that, you know, data, because you can't grow anything if the weather goes to shit. Oh my God, it's so dumb. And again, you have places like Florida and Texas that are the most affected by hurricanes and all other kind of weather events. Man, I mean, there's no sense to it. It's just utter madness. So here, congressional aides told CBS News that lawmakers have received multiple complaints about DOGE staff coming into NOAA offices. Former NOAA officials who spoke directly with current staffers confirmed to CBS News that they saw DOGE visit NOAA headquarters in Silver Spring, Maryland, and the Hoover Building in Washington, D.C., where NOAA's parent agency, the U.S. Commerce Department, is located. Yeah, exactly. Look at that. This Weather Research Administration, this Weather Research Agency, is part of the Commerce Department. I wonder why that's the case. Right. So here, quote, they walked through security like it didn't apply to them, end quote. Andrew Rosenberg, a former deputy director for NOAA, said of DOGE staff, quote, they were there and they were going through IT systems. They're not asking substantial questions about what NOAA does and the importance of its role. This isn't a review to figure out efficiency, end quote. So yeah, they're just coming in with the sledgehammer. But that's the way that they present themselves. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go in and we're gonna bust up this incompetent bureaucracy. Whoa! It's just, oh my God, it's so dumb, so fucking stupid. And then you have these like career employees that are just like, who the fuck are you? And there's like sometimes like they have like some of these staffers like 19 years old. It's like, who the fuck are you? Like, what? I am humongous of the DOGE agency. You must let me pass. Wow, what a fucking joke. Here, so preparing for possible cuts. The concern over DOGE activities at NOAA is occurring just as the White House formally nominated Dr. Neil Jacobs Wednesday to be the new administrator of the department, a role he previously held during the first Trump administration. He still requires Senate confirmation. CBS News reached out to Dr. Jacobs for comments, but he's not responded. A spokesman for NOAA and the White House also did not respond to requests for comment. Quote, Elon Musk and his DOGE hackers are ransacking their way through the federal government, unlawfully gaining unfettered access to Americans' private information and gutting programs people depend on, end quote. Democratic Representative Jared Huffman, ranking member of the House Natural Resources Committee, and Democratic Zoe Lofgren, ranking member of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, said in a joint statement Tuesday, quote, "Now they have reached the NOAA, where they're wreaking havoc on scientific and regulatory systems that protect American families' safety and jobs," end quote. According to the NOAA's website, the agency has about 12,000 staffers across the world, including 6,773 who are scientists and engineers. Right. Again, they're just like, we have to get rid of this incompetent bureaucracy. And it's a fucking guy who like tweets, like the guy who calls himself a meme, like wants to talk about government efficiency. This guy's a fucking joke. Oh my God. He's such a joke. God, he's not even like, oh my God. Again, this is why I kind of stay out of the loop sometimes. I mean, I'm on Twitter a lot, don't get me wrong, but like, I'm just not really paying attention to these details as thoroughly as some other people, because it's just so dumb. I'm just like, I can't handle this because I'm gonna get so mad, like, and I don't want to ruin my vibe right now, you know. But yeah, isn't that interesting? The department, the government agency that monitors the weather, is vitally important to economic, U.S. commerce. It has true economic consequences. Food production, agriculture, and not just that. I mean, like, what's going to happen when, hurricane season comes around and there comes a real hurricane, Category 5 hurricane, and then it's like the weather data is now like undermined. Like, what's going to, like, dude, I don't, again, this is just the collapse that we're dealing with. Yeah, what can you say? But that's at least with this DOGE, budget cuts that are happening, sort of ransacking of this, scientific department. Here I did want to read about the EPA as well, because like there's just certain things that like, as much as you can be like ideologically like opposed to like, climate research and such, like there's just certain objective material realities where it's like, no, you kind of have to pay attention to it. It's just like, I'm sorry, man, like, conservatives need to eat food also. Like, I'm so like, what the fuck? That's what climate change is. This climate crisis is going to be turned into a food crisis. And I'll talk about another article here about the consequences of atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations. But yeah, so here I wanted to read about AP News, the EPA, and certain like back and forth that are happening with the Trump administration. So the EPA head. This is from AP News. So EPA head urges Trump to reconsider scientific finding that underpins climate action. Here, so reading here, in a potential landmark action, the head of the Environmental Protection Agency has privately urged the Trump administration to reconsider a scientific finding that has long been the central basis of U.S. action against climate change. In a report to the White House, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin called for a rewrite of the agency's findings that determine planet-warming greenhouse gases endanger public health and welfare. According to 4 people who were briefed on the matter but spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity because the recommendation is not public. The 2009 finding under the Clean Air Act is the legal underpinning of a host of climate regulations for motor vehicles, power plants, and other pollution sources. A spokesperson for the EPA on Wednesday declined to reveal Zeldin's recommendation, which was made last week under an executive order from Republican President Donald Trump. The order, issued on Trump's first day in office, directed the EPA to submit a report, quote, on the legality and continuing applicability, end quote, of the endangerment finding. The Washington Post first reported that Zeldin had urged the White House to strike down the endangerment finding. The Obama-era finding, quote, is the linchpin of the federal government's policy for what the president and I call the climate hoax, said Steve Malloy, a former Trump transition advisor who disputes mainstream science on climate change. Quote, if you pull this finding out, everything EPA does on climate goes away, Malloy told the AP. Trump, at a cabinet meeting Wednesday, said Zeldin told him he is moving to eliminate about 65% of the EPA's workforce. Quote, a lot of people that weren't doing their job, they were just obstructionists, end quote, Trump said. Myron Ebel, Another former Trump transition advisor who has questioned the science behind climate change said Wednesday he was, quote, very excited at Zeldin's apparent recommendation of endangerment. Quote, it's the basis of all the economically damaging rules to regulate carbon dioxide, Ebel said, calling the repeal, quote, a hard step but a very big step, end quote. Environmental groups and legal experts said any attempt to repeal or roll back the endangerment finding would be an uphill task with a slim chance of success. Quote, this would be a fool's errand, end quote, said David Doninger, a climate expert at the Natural Resources Defense Council, an environmental group. Quote, in the face of overwhelming science, it's impossible to think that the EPA could develop a contradictory finding that would stand up in court, end quote. Trump, who has repeatedly denounced what he calls a, quote, green new scam, end quote, pushed by Democrats and environmentalists, may view a repeal of the endangerment finding as a kill shot that would allow him to make all climate regulations invalid, Doninger said. Quote, but it's a real long shot for them. Quote, but it's a real long shot for them, he added, noting that courts repeatedly have upheld the EPA's authority to regulate pollution from greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. Quote, the directive to reconsider the endangerment finding comes straight from Project 2025 and is both cynical and deeply concerning, given the mountain of scientific evidence supporting the finding, the devastating climate harms Americans are experiencing right now, and EPA's clear obligation to protect Americans' health and welfare, end quote, said Peter Zalzal, a senior lawyer for the Environmental Defense Fund, another environmental group. Project 2025, a nearly 1,000-page blueprint for a hard right turn in American government and society, includes a recommendation to reconsider the endangerment finding. Zeldin, a former Republican congressman from Long Island, New York, has been a longtime Trump ally, but had little environmental experience before being named the EPA post. At his confirmation hearing in January, he sparred with Senator Ed Markey, Democrat of Massachusetts, over a Supreme Court decision that led to the endangerment finding. In a 2007 ruling in Massachusetts v. EPA, the court held that the agency has authority to regulate greenhouse gases as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Markey called the decision a mandate for the EPA to protect the public health from climate pollution, a point Zeldin disputed. Quote, the decision does not require the EPA, end quote, to act on greenhouse gases. It authorizes it, Zeldin told Markey. Quote, there are steps the EPA would have to take in order for an obligation to be created, end quote. Ann Carlson, an environmental law professor at the UCLA School of Law, said any effort to overturn the endangerment finding would, quote, raise more havoc, part of the administration's overall strategy to flood the zone, end quote, with chaotic actions and directives. The science could not be clearer that greenhouse gas emissions have already led the Earth to warm, so much that it now appears we have breached the 1.5 Celsius limit, end quote, set by the global community in the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, Carlson said. Quote, we are seeing the effects of climate change on the ground and across the world in the form of hotter temperatures, more frequent droughts, more intense flooding, fiercer hurricanes, and more intense wildfires, she said. If the endangerment finding is upended, quote, the havoc will happen sooner and more sweepingly, she said. University of Pennsylvania climate scientist Michael Mann, not to be confused with the director, called the EPA's action, quote, just the latest form of Republican climate denial. They can no longer deny climate change is happening, so instead they're pretending it's not a threat, despite the overwhelming scientific evidence that it is perhaps the greatest threat that we face today, end quote. The notion that the greenhouse gases do not endanger public health and welfare by causing climate change is preposterous, end quote, added Michael Oppenheimer, Professor of Geosciences and International Affairs at Princeton University. Climate change caused by greenhouse gas pollution, quote, is already interrupting life as we know it in the last century and threatening much worse to come. To believe otherwise is a fantasy. So yeah, that is, I mean, again, this is Trump's appointed EPA head saying to him, we should probably keep the Clean Air Act, I don't get these people, man. I mean, again, it's just that's the thing. There's nothing to understand. They're just fucking evil. So yeah, they don't care about clean air and clean water, and they don't care about, as I'll highlight here, food. for people who are actually going to have to live and survive this apocalypse that we're creating. And of course, they're just going to do whatever they can to just cause issues here. Like they said, they're just going to try to like throw all kinds of wrenches into the gears. They want to make budget cuts and layoffs. So like the agency will be just basically like ineffective. Unbelievable, man. Again, it's just these people are evil. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just, like the words can't even like be formulated. You try to think like, hey man, there's like a mountain of scientific evidence. Like the climate science is like one of the most like comprehensive sciences ever. Like there's just no more dispute about this, and people still want to like put doubts and call it a hoax and of course, they're being paid by all these other fossil fuel corporations. Unbelievable. Crazy, man. And again, we're talking about the Republicans, right? But then look at what the Democrats were doing. Like Kamala Harris, she wanted to frack. She wanted to open up fracking. Like, so it's like, we can say for now, like, oh, the Republicans, they're anti-environmental, but like the Democrats aren't that much better. So it's just like the whole political system is bought by these corporations, by these fossil fuel corporations. It's just unbelievable. And then look what I'm going to read here. Look, like they're talking about the the global climate reaching the 1.5 Celsius limit. And also here, what I'll highlight is the carbon dioxide and like the effects that it has on the atmosphere and the effects that it has on plant life, food, the effects that it's going to have on soil and food. Like, it's just, yeah, like, dude, unbelievable. So reading from The Guardian, headline, plants losing appetite for carbon dioxide amid effects of warming climate. Subheader, Earth's plants and soils reach peak carbon dioxide sequestration in 2008. Proportion absorbed has been declining since, study finds. Our planet is losing its appetite for mopping up carbon dioxide. Analysis of atmospheric carbon dioxide measurements show that Earth's plants and soils reached peak carbon dioxide sequestration in 2008, and absorption has been declining ever since. Passing this tipping point increases the chances of runaway climate breakdown. Plants and trees have had it good for the last century or so. Rising levels of carbon dioxide helped to spur growth, and warmer temperatures gave rise to longer growing seasons. But at some point, these benefits start to be outweighed by the negatives of a warming climate. Wildfires, droughts, storms, floods, and spread of new pests and diseases and plant heat stress all reduce the amount of carbon dioxide that plants can absorb. James Curran, the former chief executive of the Scottish Environment Protection Agency, and his son Sam, analyzed the ups and downs in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration, revealing that peak carbon dioxide sequestration occurred in 2008, and since then the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed by plants has declined by an average of 0.25% a year. Quote, the findings are very stark. Emissions now need to fall by 0.3% per year just to stand still. That's a tall order since they typically increase by 1.2% per year, said James Curran, whose findings are published in the journal Weather. So that's just a quick article about plants and the effects of climate change. And of course, the carbon dioxide concentrations. I mean, it's just like, again, like, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but it's just like, what else are you supposed to think when you read this? And of course, most people's response is not to read it and just to shut it out. And then if anybody who speaks about it is around them, shut them out. It's completely avoidant attitude that people have with this news and just this crisis in general. Because it's not like actively happening. It's like a slow burning crisis. But then, of course, you have, say, hurricanes, floods, fires, right? So, I mean, it's not an issue until your house burns down, right? And then suddenly it's an issue. And of course, you saw what happened. It was in the Palisades. The Palisades, they weren't safe from it. So, it's, yeah. And of course, you have to consider the effects of, the economic effects. So, look at, places like State Farm, they stop covering homes explicitly because the premiums are just too high, or the risks are too high. And of course, premiums continue to rise. And then now they're just saying straight up, we're not going to cover it. And then, at least, some of those folks in the Palisades, they have the assets and the money to rebuild. But a lot of these other areas are like middle class, working class areas. And yeah, they're just not going to be the same. They're not going to be the same, or they're going to get bought up by developers. It's crazy, man. And then how many years is it going to take for them to rebuild, and it's going to get burned down again? Crazy, man. I just don't understand how people look at me like I'm the crazy one, because like I can see what's coming, and I can certainly see. Yeah, it's it's just, again, it's hubris. Yeah, it's just the attitude of like, oh well, all those disasters are happening over there, and then when it actually does happen for you, it's just suddenly so random and so what? I watched my neighborhood and Cinco Ranch get flooded out like nothing. Okay, from Hurricane Harvey. I lived through the blizzard 2021. That blizzard knocking out the grid, and I was at least somewhat prepared ahead of time because I just had the survival equipment for that. Yeah, and then we had Hurricane Beryl come through. Houston lost power, and people had to use like Whataburger maps to figure out like what places had power, what parts of town had power. Again, man, it's just I don't know. Again, you can tell people so much about what's coming, and if they don't want to listen to it, then okay, then you're. Hopefully you got things figured out. That's all I can say to them. Yeah. Not that I'm any better off, but at least, I'm aware of it, and I'm trying to at least make some, again, like a lot of it's just like the mental preparation and sort of the research that goes into this. So at least you understand how this is happening. You don't fall for these like stupid like conspiracies online where people are saying, oh, it's a Chinese Jewish space laser. That's why that town in Hawaii burned down. It's the Chinese laser. So yeah, man. Again, it's just crazy. Nobody talks about Lahaina. That whole town just burned down. Over 100 people burned to death. And I don't really know exactly what sort of rebuilding efforts are happening out there. But it's just crazy. People were just having a normal day, and then their homes burned. And it's gonna happen. It happened in LA, and and I live in a pretty rural part of the area of town, or of the state. It's like a mid-level city, and we actually did have a wildfire a couple summers ago. So, I just hope that nothing like that happens out here, because I just can't imagine just like having a wildfire just like sweeping into town and having to evacuate and taking my cat and just hitting the road. And yeah, man, like how's that gonna work? Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I just wanted to speak on that because this has pretty big consequences. The plant absorption of carbon dioxide and soil as well, because that's going to affect the food production. And people are talking about eggs, but like imagine potatoes, right? Like the cost of potatoes rising. Like, huh? Like, but nobody could have conceived that, but like that's a real thing that's going to happen. It's crazy, dude, crazy. So that's just a quick article there. I did, however, want to also touch on, as I've been mentioning, these corporations, fossil fuel corporations, just, they're only following the money. And of course, they might talk here and there, like have a PR campaign to adjust and shift more towards green energy sources. But now, of course, because the wokeness is dying. Wokeness is dying. So now you're going to see corporations, especially like these fossil fuel corporations, just being straight up dropping all dropping. They never were serious about it, but now they're just straight up just like accepting how little they want to abide by climate regulations. So here I'm reading from Al Jazeera, and this concerns BP, British Petroleum. Here, BP drops climate targets and pivot back to oil and gas. BP slashes planned investment in renewable energy and is increasing annual oil and gas spending. So oil major BP said it has slashed planned investments in renewable energy and would increase annual oil and gas spending by 10 billion. It is the latest multinational in the energy sector to change its position in response to the need to lower carbon emissions and curb climate change, returning the focus to oil and gas. BP's carbon cutting target, announced in 2020, however, had stood out at the time as one of the most ambitious in the industry. Quote, "It's a radical shift," CEO Murray Auchincloss told the Reuters news agency on Wednesday. "This is a reset BP with an unwavering focus on growing long-term shareholder value," he said, according to the Associated Press news agency. So again, it's all about shareholder value. Shareholder value is like, oh, we're going to burn the planet, kill the planet with climate change because we need to increase long-term shareholder value. It's so fucking evil. The British company cut planned annual investment in energy transition businesses by more than $5 billion from its previous forecast to between $1.5 billion and $2 billion per year. It now aims to grow oil and gas production to between 2.3 million and 2.5 million barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2030. It pumped 2.36 million in 2024. So again, just drill, baby, drill. Just pump that sweet Texas tea. Yeah, under Auchincloss's predecessor, Bernard Looney, BP pledged in 2020 to cut oil and gas output by 40% while rapidly growing renewables by 2030. It lowered that target to 25% in 2023. Auchincloss said the transition to renewable energy has been slower than BP initially expected following the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, volatile energy markets, and changing attitudes towards renewable energy in some countries. Quote, "What that meant is hydrocarbon demand continues to be very, very strong, stronger than we would have envisioned 5 years ago, and the transition has not proceeded at the pace we would have thought," end quote, he said. The CEO told investors following the release of the update that the company's faith in the green energy transition was misplaced and that the company went too far too fast in recent years. Demand for oil and gas, he added, will be, quote, "needed for decades to come," end quote. Like, again, it's just like fascinating. Like, it's going to get so much worse. This climate crisis is going to get so much worse. And then, again, we're still going to pump out all this gas and oil. It's going to be fucking Mad Max. Fucking crazy, man. Shareholder value. There's your shareholder value. However, he said renewables still pose a significant opportunity and confirmed the company still wants to meet net zero carbon emissions by 2050. BP's change of strategy is facing backlash from environmental campaigners. Quote, "This move by oil giant BP clearly demonstrates why super rich corporations and individuals chasing short-term profit for themselves and shareholders cannot be trusted with fixing the climate crisis or leading the transition to renewable energy we so badly need." Matilda Borgstrom, UK campaigner at Climate Action Group 350.org, told the Associated Press, quote, "Pumping money into more oil and gas increases the risk of climate impacts for us all, flies in the face of legal climate targets, and with the renewable sector growing exponentially is a big risk to the shareholders that BP is so keen to please," end quote, she added. British rival Shell and other oil majors have also cut back on clean energy objectives. Again, it's just, they went woke. They said, oh yeah, we like solar panels and we like wind energy. And then now we're throwing that away. And yeah, man, doesn't look good. I mean, dude. And it's crazy too. We live I live in Houston, and live near Houston, which is oil and gas mainly. So it's just crazy to think about the just long-term consequences of this industry, of just like, again, drill, baby, drill. We have to, we need to increase value for our shareholders. It's just, again, so evil. And then we're the ones that are going to have to survive this apocalypse and, this food crisis, these disasters and hurricanes. If your house burns down and then State Farm just like randomly decided they don't want to cover it. I mean, I say State Farm specifically, but just in general, like, Like they're gonna stop coverage. Like that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, water wars, the resource wars, and of course, that's gonna also exacerbate the migrant crisis, because mainly the global south are going to be affected by this. And of course, if it turns into a wasteland where you can't grow any food, then you have to leave. And then they're going to move into the global north, into Europe and America, and that's going to exacerbate the reactionary fascist tendencies of anti-immigrant sentiments. It's like it's a cycle. It's like this has real consequences, dude. Like, oh my god. Oh, it's just the climate. It's just the climate. Oxygen. I mean, who needs oxygen? Oh my god. Anyway, it's just crazy. I mean, I have a friend. I'm going to a baby shower in a couple weeks. My best friend, he's having a son, and of course I'm happy for him and I love them. They're gonna have a beautiful family, but it's just like, man, like, how do you reconcile with that? Like having a child, and he's somewhat aware. He's not as like in tune as I am, but he knows. He knows, and I'm not gonna try to like. I don't know. I don't know where he stands on it. And again, like, I would be so happy to have kids. Don't get me wrong, but then there's gonna have that moment where the kid's gonna realize, oh, all this was coming down the line, and you still had me. And it's just like, look, like, at least if I'm gonna have a kid, I'm gonna push them to actually dream and hope for a better world. Because there's so many parents, especially my own, that are just like, that's not your issue. That's not your issue. Don't think about it, and just work and make money. And I can't make sense of that. Like, I just don't. It's just I can't do it. Man, unbelievable. But at least that's what I wanted to speak on, like environmental climate news, considering DOGE and these bullshit budget cuts that they're trying to make, and then also this move from BP and other energy giants that are stepping away from their commitments to renewable resources and renewable energy sources. Man, unbelievable, man. So dire the position that we're in. And then of course you got Trump just like just the Green New scam. Those wind turbines, they kill the birds. It's a terrible thing. Imagine the American eagle killed by a wind turbine. Like, that's all they can say. All they can say. Man. Anyway, so that's at least the climate news here. Now, because I'm still talking about DOGE and layoffs and such. Now I want to talk about the public health consequences of this, because of course Trump signed the executive order to step away from the World Health Organization, and of course the CDC. They're making cuts there, and then they just confirmed Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as the head of the Human Health Services. Yeah. So again, it's just so bad. It's so bad what's coming. So here, from NPR, I wanted to read about the CDC and the firings that are going to unfold, and how that is going to undermine our ability to respond to pandemics and public health infections. Yeah. So here, NPR, the widespread upheaval at federal health agencies in the first month of the Trump administration comes at a time when the U.S. faces infectious disease threats on multiple fronts: the ongoing spread of bird flu around the country, the risk of emerging insect-borne viruses, and a ballooning measles outbreak in the Southwest. Abroad, there are new strains of Mpox and deadly outbreaks of Ebola and polio just a plane ride away. Actually, that's hilarious, because that was literally at that conference I was talking about. Elon Musk with his tech support shirt. He's at the meeting and he's like, well, sometimes we make mistakes. Say for USAID, we cut Ebola prevention, and he's like trying to make it a joke, and it's just like, but we quickly corrected those mistakes. Again, it's just fucking. Sometimes we're gonna make mistakes. So ridiculous, man. Anyway, here, recent mass firings primarily aimed at new and temporary workers, have thinned the ranks of the workforce that would aid in the response to outbreaks at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. According to interviews with more than half a dozen current staff, they requested anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The situation has infectious disease experts worried. Quote, "This seems like the worst time to be taking steps to degrade our nation's preparedness," end quote, said Dr. David Fleming, a former CDC official who now chairs the agency's advisory committee to the director. Quote, "They are greatly diminishing CDC and the country's ability to respond to emerging infectious threats," end quote. Those who work at CDC tell NPR they're deeply concerned about the prospect of future job cuts and the weakening of policies around vaccination. They also caution that restrictions around communication could hamper the agency's response to unfolding outbreaks. Quote, "The big thing that's impacting us now is the demoralizing work environment, intentional chaos, and uncertainty over our jobs," says one CDC staffer. Quote, "The big change that's impacting us now is the demoralizing work environment, intentional chaos, uncertainty over our jobs," says one CDC staffer. Quote, "Outbreak responses are very stressful when you have all the available resources. To be on outbreak response now in this climate is a whole new level of complexity and stress." Dr. Deblina Data, an infectious disease physician who retired from the CDC in 2023, says, quote, "This is just a very dangerous period of time for our country because we are addressing threats on multiple fronts. In my 24 years at the CDC, I have never seen the morale hit that is going on right now," end quote. In response to NPR, a spokesperson for the CDC listed 7 emergency responses that are currently active, such as measles in Texas, influenza A, H5N1, and Mpox, but did not answer other questions about the extent of the layoffs and their impact on the agency's operations. Fleming and other members of the committee sent a letter to Acting CDC Director Dr. Susan Monares and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on February 17th, urging them to, quote, "take immediate action to forestall the impending crisis our nation's health and safety." Quote, "to take immediate action to forestall the impending crisis to our nation's health and safety," end quote, precipitated by the firings. They haven't responded. So here, continuing about the staff firings. So key staff for detecting potential threats fired. The full extent of the cuts remain unclear, although NPR has reported that about 750 people were let go from the CDC in the first wave of firings earlier this month, and more cuts could be on the way. Quote, "If we have another round of layoffs, then we will really start to feel the pain in a very tangible way," end quote, the CDC staffer said. Among those who already lost their jobs, a cadre of scientists who assist local health authorities in detecting diseases, staff who are charged with preventing the introduction of dangerous pathogens from abroad, and some involved in modeling disease outbreaks to get them ahead, CDC sources said. Yeah, one of the programs decimated by the cuts, the Laboratory Leadership Service Fellowship, had previously enlisted PhD-trained researchers to pitch in on disease responses for dengue in American Samoa and Puerto Rico, Marburg virus in New York, and a new rabies variant in Nebraska, according to 3 current CDC employees. In some cases, the fellows are needed to develop lab tests in fast-moving situations. Quote, "They are the first responders," end quote, said another CDC staffer. Quote, "Without them on the front lines, who will develop these tests and who will do these tests," end quote. In fact, one CDC fellow who received a termination letter had just spent weeks helping the state of Florida develop a plan for a potential wave of oropouche this coming summer. Oropouche, a viral disease spread by mosquitoes and midges and also through sexual contact, caused large outbreaks in South America and the Caribbean last year, leading to birth defects and fetal deaths similar to those caused by the Zika virus. Florida health officials had discerned from testing past samples that cases in their state had gone undetected. The fellow told NPR, quote, "They were terrified there might be thousands of samples come summer and they had to be ready," end quote. Again, a state like Florida just naturally has to prepare for these diseases. They have to naturally prepare for these climate emergencies because that's just Mother Nature is just gonna kick you, put you in your place, man. Like you have to prepare for this, and then of course government efficiency Oh, we're putting a chainsaw to bureaucracy. Your child has measles now. USA. It's so fucking. Oh my god. The pause on communications when Trump took office, however, prevented the fellow from sharing the response plans with the state, and now the plans could languish since the fellow has been let go. So, yeah, there you go. So Florida's going to have this outbreak, this viral outbreak. And this also reminds me too, because I read about Louisiana. They basically just like cut all sort of like vaccine mandates. So like, I mean, it's just so ridiculous, man. Like, what are we doing? Actually, like today, I bought like some extra 3M N95 masks. So I'm going to have to start stocking up on that for real. Here, the firings also swept up to 2 CDC workers, both part of a public health training program, who have been deployed to work on a tuberculosis outbreak in Kansas City, CDC sources told NPR. Another arm of the CDC feeling the pinch of layoffs is the already overstretched team that oversees port health stations, screening travelers for dangerous pathogens at airports and land border crossings. 3 out of the 20 port health stations now have no CDC staff and half have no officer in charge, according to a current CDC employee who's not authorized to speak publicly. Oh my god, it's just... Oh my god. So dumb. This is so fucking dumb. These stations are a first line of defense. Staff there assess humans and animals for disease threats, and if a case of illness is found, work with local authorities on contact tracing if other passengers were potentially exposed. With countries dealing with outbreaks of Ebola and other diseases, it's critical to have these trained workers in place who can recognize someone with signs or symptoms and coordinate the response, says Dr. Kimberly Dodd, Dean of the College of Veterinary Medicine at Michigan State University and a former USDA official. Stations are increasingly covering for each other and sometimes, quote, choosing not to do certain things because there aren't enough resources, end quote. A CDC employee with direct knowledge of the situation told NPR, it's like a web, and when you rip one part of it, you can't expect it to work the same as before, the individual says. Chainsaw of bureaucracy. We're going to cut the healthcare bureaucracy bloat. Crazy. So yeah, I mean, that's just what I would like to read for now. I did want to touch up on, as they were talking about, a measles outbreak. So yeah, in West Texas, there was a measles outbreak and a child just died, actually. Yeah, so... this is happening, right? And again, a place like Texas, it's just crazy how, like, you can, like, actually in a place like Texas, like, have exemptions from vaccines, like, for religious reasons. Like, again, like, I'm sorry, man, like, it's like, of course you want to respect people's religions and their faith, but it's like, if your faith tells you that you can't vaccinate your child and potentially expose my child to fucking measles, okay, and that's your religion telling you that, you can kiss my ass and just homeschool your kids. I don't want to, yeah, exactly. Do that. Oh my god, dude. Again, I feel bad for those kids who live in environments like that, super religious, ultra conservative parents, and, like, you're just, like, stuck under this, like, these fucking morons who don't want to vaccinate you, who don't want to, like, what are some other things? Yeah, they don't want you. They don't teach you to read or anything like that. So, like, when you go off to school, again, like, I can already see, like, looking back, so many, like, kids that I went to school with coming to Texas, like, it was very clear that, like, at home their parents weren't exactly encouraging critical thought. Yeah. So. Anyway, I don't want to get off base, but yeah. So, and again, I don't even know if this. They're saying at least this kid was unvaccinated. I mean, again, who knows? I mean, measles is like one of those diseases where, of course, you want to vaccinate for that, but like it's been so like gone and out of the system where like you could go pretty normally without getting vaccinated, but now it's coming back. Yeah. Anyway, you should definitely get vaccinated. Vaccinate your kids. Yeah, and actually I'm about to have insurance in like a week, so my health insurance is going to go into effect, so I'm going to take advantage of that and get some vaccines. Yeah. Anyway, so here's CNN. They're reading about, they're writing about this child dying in West Texas. The first measles death in the growing outbreak in West Texas was a school-aged child. The child was unvaccinated and had been hospitalized in Lubbock, Texas, said Lauren Adams, Lubbock City spokesperson. Officials did not answer questions regarding the patient's specific age, any other health issues, or details about the patient's schooling in a press conference jointly hosted by Covenant Health and the City of Lubbock's Public Health on Wednesday. This is the first U.S. measles death since 2015 when a woman in Washington state died. The number of confirmed measles cases reported in an outbreak in Texas is now at 124. Oh my God. in Lubbock. Holy shit. The Texas Department of Health Services said in an update Tuesday an increase of 34 since last week. Most of the cases are in children ages 5 to 17. God, I hate conservatives so much. These fucking idiots, anti-vaxxer idiots getting their children killed, and then they want to complain and say like wokeness, wokeness and DEI or some bullshit. Fucking, oh my God, these people are so evil. Anyway, at President Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting on Wednesday, he deferred a question about the measles outbreak in Texas to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Quote, "We are following the measles epidemic every day," end quote. Like he said something to the effect of, well, the measles is actually pretty common. Like, he would know, right? He infected like 80 people in American Samoa. But yeah, it's just, God, it's just, these people are so terrible. I hate them so much. Kennedy said during the cabinet meeting that there had been 2 measles deaths, but the Texas officials confirmed Wednesday afternoon that there had only been 1 death. New Mexico officials said no measles death had been reported in the state. 18 people have been hospitalized so far in the outbreak. All have been unvaccinated. Kennedy said the hospitalizations were, quote, mainly for quarantine, end quote, but local health officials told CNN most patients were admitted for respiratory issues. Quote, "We don't hospitalize patients for quarantine purposes," end quote, said Dr. Laura Johnson, the chief medical officer of Covenant Health Lubbock service area. Quote, "Quarantine is not something that would happen in a healthcare facility. We admit patients who need acute supportive treatment in our hospital," end quote. Patients have been needing supplemental oxygen and respiratory support to help them get over viral pneumonia linked to the measles, end quote. Johnson told CNN chief medical correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta last week. It's not clear why Kennedy said there were 2 deaths. In a response to questions from CNN about Kennedy's comments, HHS Director of Communications Andrew G. Nixon said the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, quote, "is aware of the death of 1 child in Texas from measles, and our thoughts are with the family. The CDC continues to provide technical assistance, laboratory support, and vaccines as needed to the Texas Department of State Health Services and New Mexico Department of Health, which are leading the response to this outbreak," end quote. Yeah, like as I was saying here. So Kennedy also referenced past measles outbreaks, saying, quote, "So it's not unusual, and you have measles outbreaks every year," end quote. So fucking stupid. I don't mean to do his voice, but it's just like, these people have all funny voices. I'm sorry, right? You got Kennedy here. You got Elon Musk. USA, USA, and then Trump. The measles, it's coming back, folks. Are you tired of winning yet, folks? We brought back measles. It's just, yeah, they have all funny voices. Okay. So in the press conference, Johnson commented, quote, "The United States had really gotten to a point where we just didn't see these kinds of outbreaks happening. Obviously, that has changed over the last 20-something years. And so we do see outbreaks more frequently, but that is related to how much we're vaccinating our population," end quote. Quote, "When we think of vaccine-preventable illnesses, they are only preventable if we have adequate vaccination rates," end quote, said Johnson. The bulk of the cases, 80, remain in Gaines County, where the outbreak began, but there also has been spread to 8 additional counties. Most of the cases are in people who are unvaccinated or vaccination status is unknown. 5 cases were reported in people who said they were vaccinated. Measles is an airborne illness that can cause rash, fever, red eyes, and cough. Severe cases can result in blindness, pneumonia, encephalitis, swelling of the brain, In some cases, the illness can be fatal. While details of the specific death in Lubbock are still unknown, experts have long warned that the measles complication that can result in death in children. Up to 3 out of 1,000 children with measles will die from respiratory or neurological complications, according to the U.S. Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Specifically, 1 in 20 children with measles will develop pneumonia, the most common cause of death with the disease, according to Dr. Catherine Chorisi, an infectious disease epidemiologist with UT Health Houston, who was not directly involved with the Lubbock patient. Quote, these outbreaks last between 2 to 6 months. That's a long time. That's a lot of kids infected. Death is rare, but tragic when it happens. But there are a lot of other sequelae, encephalitis, for example, and deafness. There's a rare neurological disease that can happen. So as you have more people infected, these sequelae become more common, end quote. The best way to stay protected against measles is to get vaccinated with the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, according to experts. I need to get my shot records. I don't know how to get a hold of that. I mean, my parents were pretty good with vaccines, so I probably do have it. Maybe there's a booster that's available. Like, I think I also have my tuberculosis shots. Who knows? Again, because like we used to travel to the Dominican Republic when I was a kid, so like it would make sense to get vaccinated before those trips. So here, the Lubbock Department of Health has opened free vaccination clinics, which have given about 70 vaccinations since the start of the outbreak, according to city officials. Coverage of the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine is particularly low in Gaines County, where nearly 1 in 5 incoming kindergartners in 2023 and 2024 did not get the vaccine. What the fuck? Ugh, I hate people so much, man. God, and there's always some weird, freaky, conservative dickhead for religious reasons not vaccinating their kids. And then ruining it for everybody. So other affected Texas counties also fall below a goal of 95% set by the HHS. That's necessary to help prevent outbreaks of highly contagious diseases. Given how contagious measles is, health officials warn that cases may continue to rise in West Texas. Quote, I very rarely say I'm 100% sure of something, but I'm 100% sure we will see an increase in cases. Texas as a state is under-vaccinated, so there are susceptible people, end quote, Chorisi said. She also worries because of the contagious nature of the disease. Quote, people don't show symptoms before they become infectious, and the virus can stay in the air for up to 2 hours, even after a person with the virus leaves the area. Again, like measles is a mean disease. Like it is mean. So quote, measles is the most infectious disease we know. However, it's a harbinger of low vaccination rates, and it is quite likely we will start seeing outbreaks of other diseases that are vaccine preventable as well as these vaccine rates decrease, end quote, Chorisi said. Even the 124 cases identified in Texas are likely an undercount, according to Peter Hotez, a co-director of Texas Children's Hospital Center for Vaccine Development and dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. He says some children may not be seeking medical care or could still be waiting for laboratory confirmation. Texas health officials have listed several public spaces, including a university campus, a museum, and convenience stores where measles exposures may have occurred in recent weeks. Like, they're saying like Lubbock. I mean, like I read some of those notices were in like San Marcos, which is like between San Antonio and Austin. And I don't know, because I work in a retirement home, so I haven't read any notices. Because I mean, if somebody had measles, they would say something. Like there was a recent like flu, sort of like short little outbreak that they had, and they like quarantined like almost like 10 residents. So yeah, you know, it's a thing, you know. Yeah. But I mean, if there's a measles outbreak in the facility, like I'm more than certain that they're gonna like shut that down. Like, yeah. Anyway, like I even had like like one of the nurse assistants like come to me like, yeah, so like we have our procedures and you know, like here's our PPE, and I'm pretty sure they have like all kinds of like equipment and gear. So it's interesting. I mean, like I'm basically like a healthcare worker, so there's like real like health considerations to make with these elderly folks. Man, like one lady that I'm really fond of, like she was sick with the flu and she's like 92, and I'm like please, I'm like I mean, she's healthy now. She's back, but I'm just like, oh man, I was like really worried. So, I mean, dude, measles. Oh my god. Again, that's like a Great Depression disease, like tuberculosis. Like, what the fuck, man? Anyway, let me finish this article. So, right, so Hotez worries specifically about an upcoming rodeo in Houston that draws families from West Texas. Oh, that's right, the fucking rodeo. This is why I don't really go out like that anymore, because I'm just like, I don't like these big spaces because people are fucking gross now. People don't take vaccines. So, like, if I went clubbing in Texas, I would wear a mask, of course, but you're killing the vibe. Anyway, so quote, it will continue as long as the virus continues to find unvaccinated kids, and unfortunately, the vaccination rates in many counties in West Texas are still unacceptably low, so that's why I think it could go on for a while, end quote, Hotez said. So, yeah, man, you know, it's just crazy how, like, a lot of these people who are, like, anti-vax, they're all about, like, survival of the fittest and herd immunity, and then they never stop to think that, like, yeah, you and your kids are probably the weak link that won't survive the infection. Like, they never think about that. You know, that's the thing about this Darwinist attitudes. Sometimes you're the weak, the weak one, and sometimes you're not fit to survive. Oh shit, look at that. I mean, again, I just feel bad for the kids because they had no choice in this. They have no control over anything. You know, you have no control over whether your parents are like some dipshit conservatives who are like anti-science, anti-wokeness, right? Man, unbelievable. And it's fucking measles, man. As I said here, people go blind and deaf from that. Like, dude, unbelievable. And this is back. We brought it back, folks. Like, when they have like polio, right? Where they have people wearing the iron lungs to survive. Like the last survivor, right? The last victim of polio who was living in an iron lung, he died of COVID. So it's just like, dude, like, crazy, man. The hubris that people have. That was like literally the plot of the War of the Worlds, right? Humanity couldn't fight these alien invaders with our own weapons, but what did them in was diseases. And yeah, man, like that's what's gonna do us in. Crazy. And yeah, of course, they got bird flu, and that has been affecting chicken flocks, and now you're gonna see an increase in chicken prices, food prices, egg prices. People are talking about that now. I voted for Trump for cheap eggs, and then like there's like a 50% increase in like a month. Crazy, dude. Crazy. I voted for Trump because he's gonna end the woke mind virus, and then your son dies from measles. Unbelievable, man. It's just crazy. But I mean, that's to be expected because we're in the collapse, and that's our government efficiency. It's government efficiency to undercut the CDC, so there's no screening at border crossings or airport crossings, and then some new disease will infect the country. That's government efficiency, right? Government efficiency, cutting weather and climate research that allows farmers to, accurately plan their farming and their planting. As they were talking about here, just like Florida, right? Their ability to prepare for viral infections from Latin America, right? Because, there's mosquitoes all over the place. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. That's why I'm kind of glad. I mean, again, I know that some people want me to move back to Houston, but it's just like, I don't want to go back. I mean, I was very lucky not to be in Houston during COVID. And I don't know. I don't think I want to go back because it's going to be... I'm not saying anything's better out here. I mean, it's a pretty poor town, but at least I have a stable job for the moment. I have everything that I need, and I don't need a lot. I don't need the flashy lifestyle. And yeah, Houston's only fun if you got money to go out and like spend at these clubs or like go shopping. Again, it's like this town is so boring. You can't shop anywhere. Like that's just the way people think. It's just God. Anyway, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I want to wrap things up. But that's just the effects that are happening. As I mentioned, right, it's very much the private equity, shock therapy that's happening, where again, this new CEO sends an email and is like, respond with 5 accomplishments or you're fired. It's just like, what do you? Yeah, unbelievable. And again, like Elon Musk, sometimes we make mistakes and we cut funding for Ebola prevention. USA. Oh man. Anyway, so that's this episode for today. I do appreciate y'all listening in. Try to stay consistent with this. I mean, again, I'm working full time, so sometimes I gotta record, and I might record over a couple days. It's what I can do. But definitely, if y'all think the work is worthy, follow me on Twitter, x.com. And yeah, I need to be more focused on other platforms again, because Twitter is like fun, and it's like it's sort of like kind of deranged. When I go on Blue Sky, it's too wholesome, right? Anyway, I do have an Instagram also that I need to post on more consistently. I have a YouTube as well. Check that out. I mean, sometimes I'll do releases of different, video game playthroughs, although I haven't recorded as much. I have a Patreon as well. $1 support if you'd like. Early access, ad-free access. Otherwise, you can live with the ads on the public releases. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. And again, man, this is just like the first couple months of this new Trump administration. Already is just like our head is just spinning. It's just like, what is happening? But again, like, this is going to be a very long 4 years. And then I'm just keen to see like the response from Democrats, because like you see some things from Hakeem Jeffries, and it's just like, this guy is so fucking. They're just cowards. They got no plan. They're just going to be like, oh, the left is harder against us than Trump, and it's just like, that's all they got. That's all they got. That's all they have. As we just saw, they made budget cuts to Medicaid, to SNAP. And yeah, it's just going to be a mess. It's going to be a fucking mess, but that's the whole point of this administration. It's a wrecking ball, sledgehammer to the bureaucracy, the bloated bureaucracy, the chainsaw to bureaucracy. And we're going to turn into Argentina, where it's going to be like 50% poverty rates and such. God, so dumb. So fucking stupid. Anyway, that's this episode. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to be more consistent, right? But, certain life changes are happening that sort of affect my ability to record. And I'm probably going to have to, I mean, like I said, I don't really want to leave and lose this job and lose my health insurance. So I'm going to start possibly looking to move to a cheaper apartment. I mean, I've seen some pretty good listings for good prices that I can live with. So we'll have to see. We'll just have to make do. I'm just like, I like living alone, because then I can record like this and not have to deal with somebody, eavesdropping and that turning into a whole issue. Or, hopefully if I can find a new place, I can turn my closet into like a sound studio and put those like soundproof foam walls on. So maybe that will help. Anyway, that's for a later date. So thank you for tuning in. And again, I know there's a lot happening, and a lot of it is pretty dire and pretty dark and sad. But I mean, it's to be expected. I mean, just don't be surprised by it. If you read something so crazy and outlandish, just laugh at it. That's the way I'm responding to it. I know it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, it's just funny. I'm just like, because it's just an objectively bad thing to do that's going to undermine like U.S. stability, right? So it's like, hey, I want the U.S. to fall and collapse. The only problem is that I live in the U.S. So that's just, yeah. Anyway, thank you for tuning in. Love you guys. Any issues you're dealing with, just hang on. Work through it. We're in this together. So I hope my words and my commentary are something of I mean, again, I'm a shit poster to begin with, so I'm not really qualified to say anything. I'm just speaking from what I understand of events, and hopefully my commentary can offer some. It can be like a consolation, right? Or offer some sort of clarity, because I'm already sort of like at that point of like, I have accepted the the horrible things that are coming, but I'm still going to live my life. I'm still going to have hope for a better world. I'm still going to live with love for my fellow man. And I certainly, like I said, I work in an elderly home, and it's very rewarding to do that, to help people like that. And, I definitely take pride in like looking after others, especially the elderly, because they're in their last stage of their life, so you want to make it as comfortable as possible, and they're good people, and it's nice. Anyway, I just want to wrap up there. Thank you for tuning in. Love you, and yeah, we'll see you next time. Thank you.